Test, test. Okay, it's 2 o'clock. Time to get started. I'll call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Here. Harris.
Here.
Chapman.
Present.
Gill.
Here.
Hampton.
Here.
Uyghur.
Here.
Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, business item number 1, consider approving a concessionary lease agreement between the Sunken Bridge Yacht Club, the Lawton Water Authority, and the City of Lawton, with said lease to provide for incremental fee increases over the life of the agreement, and to provide notice of the city's intention to absorb the campground into Schoolhouse Slough Campground area upon the expiration of the lease December 31, 2027. Dwayne. Who's talking?
Dwayne is handling an issue. Can we come back to this, Mayor?
Well, it's the only item in the Water Authority.
Okay, I'll go get him.
Okay.
He's here.
All right, you're up.
Mayor, Council. There we go. This is the agreement that was directed by council on the 29th of April after the fee committee had met and made a recommendation. It incorporates the gradual price increases along with a 3-year time span. And then we also added in the rest of this year. So it's actually going to be about 3.5 years. What we did was we prorated the remaining portion of this year to move the lease to where it starts on January the 1st. That way all the leases will actually come due at the same time.
Any questions, council? Go have 2 requests to speak. Jimmy Smith, please come forward, and Cade McClure. And give us your name and address, please.
Hello, my name's Jimmy Smith. My address is 12125 Northwest McClung Road, Lawton, Oklahoma. I just want to thank everybody on the City Council for allowing us to have this beautiful spot on the lake. I've been a member for over 25 years. Also, thank you for giving us 3 more years and not just terminating us now. There's things that we need for sailing. We need a place where we can put our boats and put the mast up and leave that mast up, because it takes an hour or 2 to do that with some of our boats. So we need a secure storage area. We need a beach or shoreline that's gradual where we can push our boats into the water. We also need wet slip storage for the bigger boats. Also, we need access to the open lake. Robinson's Landing doesn't work well for sailboats, especially when the lake water's down a little bit. That's about all I have. The only other thing I would like to ask is that we remove the intent to absorb into the campground, just because that is suggestive to for the future of our club and for the future of the city. Taking it over, it just implies that we agree to that. I'm hoping we can work something out in 3 years. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Are there any
questions? Oh, thank you very much for coming. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Councilman, I'm going to just agree with Jimmy. I'm also an officer and have been for years.
Okay, need your name and address.
Cade, K-A-D-E, McClure,
Okay.
M-C-C-L-U-R-E, 136 Northwest 36th Street. Again, I say thanks for the city for extending our lease for 3 years. We have some challenges. You've made some good suggestions of what we should do at the club, and we intend on, in the next couple of years, moving forward on those things. Again, sailing is a unique thing. It's an ecological thing. It doesn't poison the lake. What we're afraid of is, unless we can somehow come to a compromise on this, there will be no sailboats, won't be able to sail. Also, the regatta we have every year, which extends all the way from Texas to Kansas, and you might have seen one of the assistant heads of the whole Hobie organization for the United States sent in a thing about how much this lake is good for sailing. So, again, thanks for considering this. We want to work with you.
All right, thank you. Did you have any questions, council? And there are none. Thank you, sir, for coming. If you would pass those down, please. Okay, council, throw it open for discussion or motion.
Somebody back there, I think, had their hand up.
You want to speak on this item? Please come forward. We do have, if you want to speak on an item, there are forms in the lobby area out there that you're supposed to fill out. Yes, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Davis Schaefer. I live at 7704 Northwest Lancet Lane here in Lawton. It's my first time speaking, so I apologize for not filling out the form correctly. I'm a member of the Sailing Yacht Club. I've been a member for several years. This club's been in existence for 50 plus years. My great uncle was one of the original members of this club. Specifically, the lease terms that we had some issues with was there was no option for us to renew or to bid. I'm not sure if I fully understand the reasoning to want to combine it with the Schoolhouse Slough leasing. At the minimum, the sailing club would really like the option to place their own bid forward in 3 years' time. So we would like consideration to review that clause and adjust it accordingly.
Are you speaking on behalf of the club? Has the club
I'm a member of the club, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a member of the club.
speaking on behalf of yourself, not
Yes.
on behalf of the club?
No.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct. To echo what some of my board members had mentioned earlier, what's unique about wind sports, all wind sports, sailing, kite surfing, kiteboarding, whatever that may be, is you do need access to the wind. So places like the Schoolhouse Slough and Robinson Landing, they're not sufficient for that. We have no way to actually launch our boats there and safely navigate out of those marinas. So if the option is not extended to us to bid, we would like consideration for a boat ramp to have access to the lakefront. Okay, those are my 2 comments.
I would encourage all of you to get together as a club and visit with the staff. But individually, it's kind of hard when individuals come and give their opinion. It needs to be the opinion of the club to work with the staff, I would think, okay? Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming. Council, discussion or motions?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to approve?
Yes.
What'd you say, adjourn? That's
I
not.
was trying.
Motion to approve. Second, discussion or debate? Please vote.
I was gonna make it short. I was gonna make it short.
Motion carries 8-0. Now can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a motion to adjourn and a second, please call the roll.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Yes. Uyghur? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris?
Okay, that meeting stands adjourned, and you okay to go to the next one? Okay, so I call the special meeting of the City Transit Trust to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Present.
Warren?
Quorum is present. New business item number 1, consider approving a resolution authorizing the chairman to sign a split suballocation letters allocating funds from the Federal Transit Administration, FTA, to LATS subcategories. Ryan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and trustees. So this is basically 4 split letters, 2 from FY21 that is actually reallocated funds that ODOT was able to receive. So we've already previously signed the FY20 split letters. This is just an additional funding. And then the FY24 funds are for operating funds, which is 5307, and then regular capital grants for 5339. So.
Council, do you have questions? If not, do I have a motion? Motion for approval? Second. And a second. Please call the roll. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Can I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
Yes?
Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris?
We stand adjourned. Okay, give me just a minute to get caught up here. Okay, at this time, I call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Larry Fa'aita and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for your presence that's here. You have been our God throughout the generations, and we honor you even before the mountains came forth and even before the world was made. From everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. Pray, Lord, over our city council that they may continue to conduct the business of the people, for the people, with love, with a sound mind, with understanding, and with patience. And we pray for the people that we may be understanding and forgiving, and that we may continue to support our council with prayer. And we thank you, Lord, for all your manifold blessings in Jesus' name. Amen.
And please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Present.
Warren?
The quorum as a present. Before we start our True North Award presentation, we have a new person sitting on the dais, and it's our new city attorney. John, don't look around, I'm talking about you. Our new city attorney, John Andrew, and I'm going to ask him to introduce himself a little bit and tell us a little bit about him and his family.
All right. My name is John Andrew. I come here I was a city attorney in Ponca City, Oklahoma for a while. I'm really happy to be in Lawton. I began my legal career technically here at Cameron University. I took the LSAT, and VA Voc Rehab office told me I could go to school to be a lawyer. So here was kind of where I began, and now I'm here. So I am very happy to be here. I have a wife, Lindsay, kiddo, McKenna. She's 6, so she's looking forward to getting started in school this fall. We're just getting closed on the house. We're really excited. I was in the Army for a while. I was a signals intelligence analyst, and that translates over, I guess, into being a lawyer pretty well. So I'm very happy to be here and very happy to bring my skills to this great city council. I've met everyone, and I'm really enjoying working with everybody. It's been a crazy day getting started, but I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Step right in, and you're on the dais. Let's give him a big round of applause and welcome him to Lawton Court Hill. Now it's time for a True North Award presentation. City Manager.
Linda Lake, will you come down to the front, please? All right, so Linda is this month's True North Award recipient. Linda started her employment here with the City of Lawton in 2011. She started as a lab technician, and in 2020, she was promoted to our head chemist. And Linda is absolutely excelled in an area where, quite frankly, we've had some challenges in our wastewater treatment area, and Linda has been a strong advocate for compliance and making sure that we're staying within our testing norms, and has done a wonderful job. And recently, Linda was awarded the Outstanding Employee of the Year Award from the Oklahoma Water and Environmental Association. So Linda, congratulations for that. And Linda is also the True North Award recipient for the month for keeping our community safe and making sure that we're environmentally compliant.
All right, and congratulations.
Thanks, Linda. I have one more award,
Oh,
Mayor. This
okay.
is kind of impromptu, but I'd like to call Rusty Wisenhunt up. So Rusty is a man that needs no introduction, but just in case you don't know who he is, he's the director of our public utilities. And it's hard to put into words what he means to our community. He's a hard worker. He's instrumental in improving the water sewer infrastructure around our city. Because of Rusty's relationships with individuals at the state level, we've no doubt received millions of dollars of water improvement grants. And the same body that awarded Linda the Employee of the Year Award awarded Rusty, and the body is the Oklahoma Water Environmental Association, awarded Rusty the Lifetime Achievement Award. So please give a strong round of applause for Rusty.
Good job, my man. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that likes island music in here. And so I've been getting to go to all these Pacific Islander Month events, but so far I haven't hula danced. But I love the island culture, and today we're presenting the Asian American Pacific Islander Month proclamation. So Larry, I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Is there are the kids going to perform for us?
Yes. You requested one song, but it's like a medley with the kids starting off with their little routine. They just changed it last minute. We had some young people who were pulled out, so we had to come up with a last minute arrangement. So can we allow the kids to come up and do this here? On stage would be good for the kids because they're kind of, yeah, on stage if it's all right. On stage? Okay, come on, kids. If I do one more round, like And Mayor and Council, can I make one correction, please? Don't forget to add the word "and." It's Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. I wish we can represent the 48 countries of Asia, but we only have a small island in the South Pacific that represent the Pacific Islanders. So can we add that? It makes a big difference. Thank you. It's in there? Okay.
All right, that was a lot of fun. And I see a ukulele, so we might have another song coming up. And some kind of drum. Okay, it's going to be fun. So about a week ago, festival, had a luau. Then on Sunday, we went to a combined service of American Samoans, and that was a lot of fun. And then today, if I can find my glasses, we're going to have a proclamation. And I did show up at the church without my glasses. And boy, it was hard. It was hard reading that, but I got it. Whereas the valued heritage of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders has been recognized throughout observances in Oklahoma and across America each year in the month of May during the last 30 years. Whereas the continued study of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Oklahoma will serve to bring about an understanding that promotes harmony and respect and furthers the movement toward a greater level of diversity in the state of Oklahoma. Whereas recognizing the Asian Americans and Pacific Islander communities and looking back at the struggles of past generations respects the foundation of not merely dreaming, but moves the focus to achieving. Whereas past generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders continue to inspire us today, it will inspire future generations of Oklahomans, regardless of race. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders continue to enrich the lives of all Oklahomans by sharing their heritage and their legacies. Whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month will continue to emphasize to all Oklahomans and to the nation the significant contributions made by Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the progress of our great state. Now, therefore, I do proclaim the month of April 2024 Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and encourage everybody to get a flowered shirt like Macy's got over there and just enjoy island music, because you got to drive a long way to see an ocean. And I think that's the reason we love island culture and island music so much. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Who gets this? Here, I'm going to stand here with you. Turn it around and let's take a picture. Turn this way. All right. Okay, now you got some with that ukulele for us? All right, let's do it. Somebody going to intro it? Or no, that's fine.
Bye.
All right, thank you guys for coming. Great fun, and these little guys were a nice addition too. Thank you. Let's give them one more big round of applause as they walk off. With that, we move to the reports by the mayor and city council, and we'll start with Ward 8.
Nothing from me.
Ms. Williams?
Just a reminder that this Friday, May the 31st, at the Lawton Airport, will be a ribbon cutting, and that's all I have, sir.
Mr. Weaker?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to report how thankful I am to live in a community that is so diverse. We have so many cultures that have come into our community that I think makes Lawton really, really special. Recently, I had a family that had come because their son was graduating from out at Fort Sill, and they stopped in for a service there at the church, and afterwards they commented, they said, "Your community is really diverse." And I said, "Anything else you'd care to share about it?" And they said, "The people are so patriotic and so friendly." And I appreciate that. Just wanted to share that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weaker. Mr. Hampton?
There it is. Okay, sorry. Woo. Don't let me get away from my tech stuff too much. I don't have to run it anymore. Thank you, Mayor. As always, the farmers market is a place you ought to be. Fresh vegetables coming out there. Need to keep your family healthy. Good fellowship time with other citizens and making contacts. I do want to reiterate that ribbon cutting. I had an opportunity at the airport. That's this Friday. From 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And if you can make it out there, there's 2 stories in there. They've got the top of the building looks like a wing. They've got a new sky bridge that you can walk in on the place. It's just really, really top notch for here in Lawton. With it's just looking great. And also Open Streets. I don't know if you ever attended Open Streets. That's a very, very powerful event for children and families. And that's going to be the 8th of June. I have to read my notes here. The 8th of June, that's Saturday, okay? So make plans to bring your children out. It's just got a lot to do. I think they're teaming up with the police and the car show. There's going to be a car show and other things that are going to be there. Summertime is coming. I know the kids are out of school, so as you're putting together your event calendar, make sure you include some of these things, because I think the kids will like them too. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Gill?
All streets lead to the farmer's market. Speaking of streets, Mayor Booker's initiative, the 10 Wins for the Citizens, and I report on this at every council meeting, is really going good. We have 40 streets now to get done this year. We've started on the first 15 and about halfway through on that. As soon as we get those, we'll have another 15. And the Traffic Streets and Bridges Committee met last week, which I'm pleased to be the chairman of. Proud to have that position. And the committee approved several other very important streets that'll be coming up, so I hope everyone's enjoying these. And it's really helping Lawton, helping the traffic get around, and it also helps business quite a bit. So just wanted to report on that. Thank you.
So what road are they working on right now?
Chris, where'd they go? The road they're working on today. Lincoln Avenue. Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Be there
Ward
if you do.
1.
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Chapman?
Want to remind people in the Country Club Neighborhood Watch area that we do have a meeting next Tuesday, a week from tonight, at the Mite location at 6 o'clock.
Okay, and Mr. Harris, forgot your name for a minute.
I'm very forgettable.
Took me a second.
I want to echo what George said. Streets are moving along. There was a good article in the paper this weekend about 38th Street, which by all accounts is one of the worst streets, major streets that we drive on. So we're making progress and speeding up some things. George failed to mention this, but we're progressing quite rapidly, getting to some of the streets that are more traveled. I think that's awesome. I forgot.
Okay, that's the first sign of age, Kelly.
Thank you.
Ms. Akins.
I just want to reiterate what Councilman Wager said. This is a wonderful city to live in with the diversity, and I think it's wonderful that we are able to display that here at the city council meetings and celebrate each one. So I'm proud of Lawton.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Williams had something she forgot about.
I'd like to just remind you not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, June the 8th, we'll be having Juneteenth right here at the City Hall. And I think it's the first time ever that we're having it here at the City Hall. It's going to be from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The event will start off in the banquet room, and then you have opportunity to go outside and enjoy some activities, be activities for the children and everything. We're going to have a real good time, and everything is free, so come get you some ribs and barbecued chicken, fried catfish, French fries, and some other sides and some drinks. It's going to be real delicious, and some of the council members will be in line serving you all. So, and then also as far as about the streets, I've been getting some good reports from Ward 7. The constituents are so happy. Gotten from Lee Boulevard to 6th Street all the way up to Highway 277 where they're repaved it, and they're just so elated about that. And then also on 11th Street, when you get to Lee Boulevard, 11th Street, going past the airport, also that has been milled and overlaid, and then they're getting ready to do the lines and everything. So thank the Streets and Bridge Committee so much.
Mr. Harris.
Thankfully, I'm not so old that I can't remember. Eventually. Freedom Fest in about a month in Elmer Thomas Park. It is huge, huger than last year. Bigger fireworks. We have, I'm sorry, the English teacher over here is correcting me. There's also a drone show on Friday night and a concert on Friday night from a really, really good band. And we also want to encourage people to get involved in the Soapbox Derby. We had our first annual one last year, and we're continuing that this year. I believe we'll be able to provide, Jason's not here, but we can provide you with a kit for your child, and we'll help you put it together, courtesy of Comanche Lumber and Ace Hardware. And so this is going to be huge. Start making your plans. It's the 28th and 29th, I believe, of June, Friday and Saturday night. So it's going to be big.
All right, and with that, we'll move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. The Mayor and Council will receive comments from audience members. Council may recommend to individual or group as to what action they should take. In essence, refer the situation to a particular department or person at the city offices. Each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit, and audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. We have Carrie Thomas has asked to speak. Please come forward.
My name is Carrie Thomas at 6215 Northwest 36, Bethany, Oklahoma 73008. This I have taken from Westwind website, what their plan is for Lawton and Walters area pilot plant by the end of 2024. They want to allow other products include alloy powder comprising nickel, iron, and cobalt in different compositions. Nickel powder applications is used to make a lot of different applications such as powder, metallurgy industry, chemical industry for the chemical reactions, welding, diamond tools, hard alloy, electric conductive slurry, electronic materials, and MLCC. Dangers of storing powdered metal improperly. Metal powders must be handled with extreme care due to the hazards associated with these products and the risk of contamination, which we can get contamination by tornadoes. Let's see. One of the main hazards associated with powdered metals is fire. All alkali metals such as lithium and potassium are known to be flammable. Some metal powders are combustible in even the most standard atmospheric conditions. Why is this important? Metal powder can be spilled, resulting in large losses and creating risk associated with cleaning up the material. The human body has limited capacity to process metals once ingested. Many metals are extremely adherent in powdered form, so they're hard to wash off and will readily conduct static electricity. That's kind of like the radioactive that happened in the 1970s in Crescent, Oklahoma. Because of their fine particle makeup, metal powders can present an explosion hazard when suspended in the air. Again, we have tornadoes here, so that can happen very easily. The U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board identified 281 combustible dust incidents between 1980 and 2005 that led to the deaths of 119 workers. That's citizens of Lawton that could happen to. Injured 718 and extensively damaged numerous industrial facilities. In 2014, a Woburn 3D printing company, which these powders make 3D printers. A company called Powder Part was cited by OSHA after an employee was injured in an explosion and fire.
15 seconds, ma'am.
Okay. Investigations showed that a vacuum cleaner was used to clean up metal powder, which ignited due to a buildup of static energy. The employees suffered third-degree burns, and the company faced fines up to $64,000 as a result
Your time
of
is
this
up, ma'am.
incident.
Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Okay, and now Michael Washington.
Thank you, sir.
And Michael, would you please state your address for us?
Yes, sir, 3520 Northwest 50th Street in Oklahoma City.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Again, thank you, this wonderful horseshoe guest. I'm down here on behalf of Sterling Bailey, a citizen of your illustrious, well-renowned city, of which I've had a pleasure many times of being a part of, and not so many pleasant moments here and there. The son of a military veteran here in Comanche County, Mr. Bailey is a bit perturbed, disturbed, and with great reason. He and I together have approached city officials in the Comanche County Police Department regarding properties that were illegally confiscated and are stolen from up beneath him from a family member of his. At this time, due to possible civil action, I'll not mention that person's name, but at the same time, I will say, we have presented the police department with evidence of a warranty deed that is clearly forged. We have compared his handwriting, we have professional handwriting analysts to determine that this is a fact. And yet, when we take this information to, again, a lieutenant, I'll not reveal his name at the same time because I don't know exactly the stages yet, but he himself told us in our face, you don't have enough to present to us to have it investigated, but hold up, sir, this is a matter of criminal activity. What do you mean we don't have enough? And we're presenting that as a forged signature. That's forgery, is it not? up under the criminal statutes of the state of Oklahoma, not just in here in Comanche County, Oklahoma County, Shawnee, or whatever the case may be. Forgery is a forgery, I'm told. And because maybe the person with whom we are complaining against has some kind of status with this community here, is the reason that it's not being investigated. But transparency is important to your citizens of this county. Without you, they would be wasting their time. They would have nothing to look forward to. So we need someone who is over the chief of the police department to state, hey, let's open this investigation up, because right here, if you want to take a second look, I'll leave it in one of you to see, this needs to be investigated, because you should not be able to pick and choose what you want to investigate when it comes to depriving people of properties that belong to them. I don't know which county this comes out as far as a ward, but the ward council person should look into it and say, it's important to me, because I wouldn't want anyone taking anything from me that rightfully belongs to me. Transparency is important. It's everything.
15 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Again, we need some transparency, and we need to have someone to further investigate this matter and ask that the matter be further investigated, because you have to throw whoever's over, I think city manager who's over the chief of police, we need to ask him to look further into it.
Okay,
Thank y'all
and your
very much for
time
letting me
is up.
speak.
Thank you for coming, and I will refer you to the city manager and the city attorney. Since you bring up possible civil action, the elected officials will not be interacting with you, and the staff can give us advice on moving forward. I'm not even sure if you're talking about our police department, because you said Comanche County Police Department. I don't know what that refers to, but you can take it up with the staff. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation? Come on up. Come on up.
A house.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there anybody else that would like to come forward during audience participation? Seeing none, I'm going to close audience participation. Bringing up the agenda, we're going to pull from the consent agenda items 2 and 13. 2 and 13. We're going to strike item 41. We're going to have to move some things around for people that are in the audience that traveled from Oklahoma City. And we'll be doing that as we go. And we also have some other things we're going to be striking, but we'll be explaining those as we go through. So I'm need a motion for the consent agenda with the exception of 2 and 13, and any other item the council would like to pull.
Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of items number 2 and 13.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please call the roll, or please vote. Motion carries 8-0. All right, that brings up item 2. Consider adopting resolution authorizing the traffic control measures with the installation of a speed table mid-block at the location of 1300 block of Southwest Jefferson Avenue. This was pulled for correction. Who's correcting this item?
Mayor, it was just pointed out to me that the address in the resolution that's attached does not match the address in the agenda title. So what we can do is approve the resolution with an amendment to correct the address.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the resolution with a correction of the address. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 13, considering approving plans and specifications for project PR 2309 Elmer Thomas Park Aquatic Center and authorizing staff to advertise for bids. Snehoff.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have design architect Gunzi. Omar is here if you have any questions for the agenda item.
Okay, I really think Mr. Gill had some comments he wanted to make, didn't you? On the
looking at the budget prices, they were pretty high. We want to look at taking the Lazy River out of it, of course. And do we want to go anywhere with that price? Right now, we kind of went from 8 million then to 12 million, then the Lazy River was another, what, 8 or 10 million on top of that?
We took the Lazy River out as an ad alternate.
Yeah.
So at least we can see what the prices are when they come in. We don't have to take it, but it's there.
Well, we hadn't gone out for bids on this yet.
No,
So
sir.
right now, the bid form will have that as an alternate?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, the mics aren't on, so we didn't hear the motion.
Okay, we'll start that over. Mr. Gill made a motion for approval. Mr. Uyghur made the second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. That motion carries 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings up unfinished business, but we're going to jump on item 36 here because we have somebody from out of town. Item 36, consider discussing revoking the small cell wireless facility revocable permit for the facility constructed at or near 7990 Northwest Micklegate Boulevard, also known as Crayon 003E, and take action as deemed necessary. Charlotte.
Good afternoon. On September 12th, 2023, Council approved the small cell wireless facility revocable permit that permitted this structure to be constructed around, it's on Micklegate, so we addressed it at 7990 Micklegate, but it's behind a property that's actually addressed off of Folkestone. But it did meet all of our requirements when we did the revocable permit. We have a gentleman from US Cellular that is here that wishes to speak upon this. We have had several complaints from the neighbors regarding it, and we did send a city inspector out to measure it to see if it is located where it is supposed to be. And according to him, it is 3 feet west and 22 inches north from where it was approved on the plans. They did not, and so another couple of issues, they did not notify public utilities that they were going to be installing the poles. They've now installed all 26. They told us that all 26 were installed by April 23rd, and we didn't know that any of them were going up, and they were supposed to coordinate with the city on that. And then code also requires that general liability insurance that covers property damage and bodily injury in amounts not less than the limits of liability set forth in the Oklahoma Governmental Tort Claims Act is to be provided, and we have yet to receive that as well.
Okay, and your recommendation is what? Revoke the permit?
To revoke that one. We are working with US Cellular. They are looking to see if there's a location down the street that works, that will work, but they're having to see if it meets the requirements, and they have not gotten those numbers back yet.
Okay, Sean Holcomb here.
Yep.
Is this the individual you were referring to?
Yes,
as well?
this is,
Okay.
yes, this is the US Cellular representative.
Okay. Mr. Holcomb, we need your name and address.
Yes, Sean Holcomb, 18801 East Bridgewater Place, Wausau, Oklahoma, 74055.
What have you got to tell us?
Yeah, so I'm the Director of Brand Performance for US Cellular. I've been working out of this market for over 30 years. US Cellular is doing everything it can to really provide service for the community. And I think that's extra important right now as we've dealt with a lot of these tornado activities and things like that. Making sure we have the capacity to support our community is super critical to us. And that's why we're deploying these small cells. Our intent, and we have followed every guideline with the FCC, the state of Oklahoma, the city of Lawton, to ensure we put these places in the right of way and follow all rules accordingly. These items I just heard, we'll definitely make sure all those are crossed off and addressed. Our intent is to follow all the rules within the city requirements. And again, just want to kind of clarify that our intent is to provide the best service for our customers in our community. So the notion to move the small cell is a possibility, but that, as you know, we have to go through the process again, which could extend that location out 9 months to a year before we'd be able to provide service, adequate service in that area.
Okay, so you haven't met the qualifications, but your position is we should not revoke
We've already
the
had
permit,
right.
even though you haven't met the qualifications. Is
So
that
that's
right?
new to me, so I'll have to double check on that. Our intent is that we should have followed all those rules.
You weren't aware of those omissions?
No.
Have we made them aware of these omissions?
They were, when we worked with them to get them started on the process, they were very aware of all of the requirements. So because I was dealing with a third party, like an in-between for US Cellular that was actually doing the permitting. So they were very aware of the code requirements.
Is this their first rodeo? Is this the first one?
I mean, it's the first
Have
one
they met
here.
the requirements on the others?
We haven't gone out and verified all of the others.
Okay, sounds like we need to. If you'll just have a seat, we may have some more questions for you. And Patty Anderson. Patty, go ahead and give us your address, please.
I am 7921 Northwest Folkestone, so I am the property that the pole is on the easement. I am asking you to take it down and move it. I do realize that we need to move forward and progress is necessary. We need more options. I do not think that it is the best use of that land. It is really an eyesore. My bylaws do state that everything needs to be underground as according to our bylaws, and I do realize that in the Oklahoma status, Section 8, it states that they need to be, I'll read it to you, sorry. If it will let me open it. So wireless providers shall comply with reasonable and non-discriminatory requirements that prohibit communication services providers from installing utility poles or other structures in the right-of-way in any area designed solely for underground or buried cable and utility facilities. That's where I'm at. It's not the best use of this land. There are other parcels of property that this can be put on that would not disturb the neighborhood. I think that we need to reevaluate where the pole is. I'd appreciate it. It will devaluate the properties that it is on and around it. So I think we really need to take that into consideration. It is a mop pole. It is probably about 45 to 50 feet in height, and it sits right on top of my gas lines. And it is right 5 millimeters from my fence. It should not be there. And then with this, you need to realize that they are planning on also putting a transformer on the property. So that would put that easement with a light pole, Blue Peak, Dotson, AT&T, and now US Cellular on one piece of property. So I'm asking you to please consider moving this to a better location. There are vacant land property that is there that they can purchase to put it on. There is a park that is within a mile, not even a block from my home. I've worked very hard and paid for this property as a single mom, and I'm asking you not to devaluate my properties.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's
Okay.
pretty much it.
Thank you for coming. City Attorney.
Have we checked this easement to see that it only allows underground utilities? Is it specific in what it allows, or is it a general utility easement?
It's a general public utility easement.
So it doesn't restrict to underground?
No. It may in her restrictive covenants,
Okay,
but not on
the easement.
Not on the
right-of-way,
easement, not on the
okay.
plat.
Also, it's come to my attention that, and just so the council is aware, T-Mobile has made a purchase offer of US Cellular for $4.4 billion. I don't know if that will affect this, but I just wanted to make sure you guys knew about that. Councilor Hampton made me aware of it, so just so everybody's aware that something before we decide on it.
Yeah, that hit the
Uyghur, is
news
this
this
your
morning,
board?
so.
Do you have any comments or anything?
I think the matter has been looked into, needs to be, looking at the communication with the citizens that were involved in that. I think some that I've spoken with weren't as privy as far as being knowledgeable of it coming and being placed there at that time. And I think that's something that is definitely in consideration.
We do have some code changes that we need to do to this particular ordinance, and one of the items that I'm going to put in there is for notification of the adjacent property owners so that they're aware.
So
during the
currently,
due
we do
diligence.
not notify
No,
because it's on an easement.
correct. It's on the right-of-way.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am, we can't have discussion, but Mr. Gill.
I just had a couple of questions. From looking at the pictures, well, my first question is, how do they miss putting it where it's supposed to be? I mean, that's elementary number one when you go to do a project. So I really have concern because they missed it. Then looking at it, it's not necessarily a big miss, but it is a miss, and it does look extremely close to the fence. So I'm just really trying to decide if this may not be just a real poor place to be putting something of this type.
Mr. Harris?
My question was simply, how did they decide where to put them?
US Cellular brought us locations, and then we verified to make sure that they weren't going to be on top of any of our utilities. They have to be across the street from water mains and at least 5 to 10 feet away from a sewer main. They have to be away from storm sewer as well. They have to be off the sidewalks a certain amount of distance, and they cannot be located on arterials.
And-
We really would have preferred them to co-locate on PSO poles or other poles, but I think they had some issues with PSO allowing them to do that.
So because of those regulations, does that really narrow down the sites that they could have chosen?
Yes.
Thanks.
We went through probably 30 to 40 when this process started back in 2021, just to work with them and try to find them locations that they could go in.
And this is for 5G coverage? Is that why we're putting up this many different poles,
Yes.
towers? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so it's important that we have 5G coverage, but it seems to me like we could come up with something. Do we work with them to help them locate in parks where they aren't right next to houses or anything? Do we do anything like that? Mr. Warren?
Just had a couple of questions maybe for staff, and maybe I've got the wrong pictures here, but we keep talking about the nearness to a fence, and the picture that I've got has got it out almost to the curb.
Yeah,
And then-
I uploaded the pictures on your agendas into the system in Legistar, so you should have pictures of this particular property.
Oh, got it. Different piece of property. The other question was, how far from the actual, are they in the center of the utility easement, or?
So they're approximately 4.5 feet. No, they were 5 feet from the curb, and it's probably 12 feet back of curb is where that easement is. So they're pretty close to the center, but not quite on that one.
I was just trying to figure out how it got so close to the fence. And then the other thing is, council, while we're doing this, and you know, we have to have 5G. That's part of the purpose of 5G is the poles have to be close to each other because it's basically a relay system. That's the way I understand it anyway. You know, I don't know where this concern was when they were building the tower behind Cash Road Square that is literally, if the pole were to fall, it would fall on the houses of the citizens that live behind it. I don't know where this concern was. And that's a giant 150-foot cell tower with, you know, angle iron base and the whole bit. And we've got 2 or 3 of those around town that are within falling distance of houses. We need to get this figured out because it's not the end of the discussion. This is the beginning of the discussion. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of choices that we've got. I know that they have a definite amount of space that they have to be spaced. They can't, if it's supposed to be in this neighborhood, it can't be 4 blocks over in a park. It has to be generally where it has to be. So we definitely need to get this figured out, and if it's not in the right place, then we need to figure out how we can get it in the right place. But I also want to figure out why it's so close to that fence. If it's in the middle of the easement or the right-of-way.
The fence may also not be exactly on the property line, but I don't know. I'm not a surveyor, so I couldn't tell you that.
It's a pretty narrow easement, Councilman Warren.
Okay, so just a minute, ma'am, just a minute. So the recommendation is to revoke the permit. I think we all know that we need to work to have 5G. That's going to create a few challenges and conflicts along the way. So what do you guys want to do?
Mayor, I have a comment, and I'll make a motion. There was another cell phone company that put another tower up, and they kind of put some limbs on it and stuff.
That's AT&T.
Kind of made it a little more appealing.
The one over in Pecan Grove, behind Pecan Grove. Yeah, on 40th.
It kind of looks like a tree or something like that. And was there any consideration? This kind of is a odd looking structure, kind of in the middle of a housing addition to me. But I mean,
No, because this one, it won't have the arms sticking out. It'll have like some cabinets on it, and that's what houses the 5G equipment. So it wouldn't have the arms that you would need to camouflage.
Right. Did you have a motion, George?
Do you have a motion? No. Mr. Uyghur, do you? Where do you want to go?
I'll motion to revoke it.
Second.
Have a motion to revoke and a second. Discussion or debate? Mr. Warren.
I would rather, I mean, I'll go with what the council wants to go with, but I'd rather us table it and let them figure out where they need to put this one. That way we don't have to do this all again if they can.
Are you making a substitute motion to table, direct staff to work with them to come up with a solution? Do I have a second to the substitute motion? I have a second. The substitute motion, we'll deal with that first. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
We're voting on the substitute.
Voting on the substitute. Table and direct staff to work with them to a solution. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you. All right, that brings up we're going to pull up item 38, another out of town. Consider approving a second amendment to the FYE 2024 agreement for funding and limited support of the Vista Development Trust Authority, authorizing the authority to repurpose $1 million originally allocated for HUD grant purposes, allowing it to be used for any grant reimbursement purpose, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement. Dwayne.
Mayor and Council, we have Krista from the Vista here to help us kind of talk about this. Last year we did an amendment to allocate $1 million for the purpose of basically utilizing it for a reimbursement HUD grant. Krista and the Vista have been very good at going out and getting additional grant funding and opportunities, and has approached us with a suggestion that we would take that $1 million that they were using for the HUD reimbursement and just continue that, making that available for them to utilize as long as they continue to seek and receive grant funding. Krista can, I'm sure, do a much better
Okay, question first. Clarify for me. I wasn't aware that the HUD work had been done and that $1 million had been expended and repaid. Has it?
$880,000 of that was on state-of-the-art technology for the convention center and the public space. The remainder of that is still sitting in escrow.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Yes, thank you so much. So the original agreement on November 7th, 2023 was for $1 million to be reimbursed based on an as-need basis to be kept in escrow, and as Vista spends that money that's grant-based, it's a reimbursement-based grant, then we would get that money back from HUD and pay back the city. The intent behind that was because we only had one grant at the time for $1 million, and our total budget last year was $5.8 million. We're looking at over $30 million that we've secured in grant funding going forward for this next fiscal year. So knowing that we have $30 million in grants coming in, and the majority of those are a reimbursement-based grant, then it's easier just to keep this $1 million in escrow and use that same fund over and over versus having to come back and ask multiple times for each independent grant, because we currently have 4 grants that make up that $30 million worth of grants that we're receiving. Just for clarification, that $30 million that I'm referencing comes from state and federal dollars. None of that $30 million is local money.
Okay, so total grants are 30+ million.
Just for this fiscal year alone.
And you just want to use this for continual reimbursement funds. Sounds
Yes.
good. Council, questions? Mr. Warren?
It's more like a grant bank, I think, like a land bank, only a grant bank. And y'all are doing an awesome job.
Yeah, that money would be kept in escrow, and then there is a period in the agreement that if there is no activity on that for 6 months, then reimbursement will be back to the city. We have worked very hard on securing outside funds to support the community and support FISTA, so that's where that $30 million comes from.
And did I hear a motion in that, Mr. Warren?
Yes, sir, you did.
I have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Thank you, Krista from the FISTA. Motion carries 8-0. All right, now, does WSB need to come up now so you can get back on the road? I know Denver's a long ways. Thought you might want to get there before morning. We're going to move to item 43, receive a report regarding implementation of the traffic signal timing plan created by WSB for the Gore corridor from 6th Street to Laurier Tatum Road, and take action as seemed necessary. And this is coming on the heels of council direction to bring a video report back, and apparently there's some obstacles. Larry.
Mayor and council, this report is to update the status that we have for the Gore corridor from 6th Street to Laurier Tatum Road. A couple of items specifically. One part of the motion was to have no left turn signs installed for both east and westbound traffic on Gore Boulevard at Railroad. And back on May 17th, those signs were installed and they're in place today. And what those do is disallow left turns for eastbound and westbound traffic on Gore at Railroad so that the traffic signal timing can be adjusted to allow both of those directions to run concurrently. Right now, they're split phase. Another part of that motion was to synchronize those lights and bring back a video report showing a car driving through the corridor with the changes. In order to reprogram the controllers for that corridor, we need a traffic signal timing plan. And so the day after the meeting, I reached out to WSB in hopes that they had a timing plan created as part of their traffic flow study that they did. And they did have a timing plan, but it was more of a planning document rather than an operational plan based on actual traffic volumes. And so they would need to rework that so that it would be something that we could implement and program our controllers. WSB is here obviously so they can address any questions on how their timing plan could affect or improve that corridor. And so we've got a 4-minute video here. We could go ahead and play it. It just shows the condition of the corridor as it sits today and how the signals operate currently. There is a level of coordination, synchronization through this corridor. It's not ideal. You will get caught at some stoplights, as you'll see as you watch the video. Again, it's about 4 minutes. And so we start here at 6th Street going east. And then the next signal will be at 4th Street, which right now it's operating under yellow flash conditions. And we had put that into place sometime around Arts for All time frame, and it's to remain yellow flashing going forward and potentially be removed completely. And so eastbound, the driver does not have to stop at 4th Street. They just continue through. North and southbound traffic has a flashing red, so they stop. And this is approaching the intersection of 2nd and Gore, again going eastbound. And again, this video is prior to any changes for traffic signal control. This is the way it's been running. So as they approach the intersection, they receive a green. They'll continue on eastbound and go through Railroad. And you can see that the no left turn signs are in place. We have an advanced warning sign that you see there on the left, and then a no left turn sign on the mast arm itself. And you can see they got a yellow, so they're right at the end of that phase. And so the next traffic signal will be I-44 off-ramp, what's westbound I-44. And as they approach this intersection, they reach the end of this phase as well. It's currently green right now, and so it's coming toward the end of the phase, and they're going to catch a red. And so since they were at the end of that phase, they'll sit through the entire cycle, which is about 67 seconds for this intersection. And the following two lights will be eastbound I-44 off-ramp, and then Lori Tatum Road will be the last one on the video. And so you can see the greens are coordinated along this stretch. Once they receive a green, they get a following green here at this intersection, and then a green at Lori Tatum. And again, that's about 4 minutes. And so where we're at right now is we need to create that new timing plan that not only takes the eastbound and westbound movements at Railroad and combines those, but also makes adjustments where necessary so that we can get ideal synchronization as best possible. And so, from a traffic engineering standpoint from the city, we've got two main options. We've got TEC, which we have under contract, and we have WSB, which we also have under contract. They most recently worked with the traffic flow study, so that's why I tried to get them involved immediately to look at their proposal. And so they've sent the city a proposal. We've got it. We got it last Friday, and so they can address any questions associated with it. But there is a cost associated with it. It's not at a zero cost. It's priced at $92,000 right now. So that's something that is an issue for me because I don't have that budgeted.
So what is that cost for?
I can let them go through their proposal.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. That cost is the cost of performing the signal timing, recreating the operational counts. As we said, the previous study that we did was a planning study. We needed to reconstruct the numbers that we need to use for the operational study. Also, the council wanted to see a before and after video of comparison between before and after implementation. There is monies allocated for us to perform that. that is scheduled the before time, a similar run based on certain guidelines that we drive the roadway before the implementation of new timing and after to give us a basis for comparison. We will also give you a virtual presentation based on output of the software that we use to do this timing. And we're also planning to report back to the council potentially 2 weeks from now on the outcome of the timing. So that's the cost associated. That's where it comes from. And if you would like,
kind of high. I'm kind of wondering why. You know, when I was a kid, we didn't even have computers, and the lights were set on 36 miles an hour. And all of a sudden, we get computers, and we got to spend $92,000. I don't get it. Am I the only one? I'm being serious. I don't understand. And we were told we had the equipment, but apparently we don't have the computer equipment. Is that what it is?
For this implementation, this cost doesn't have any field devices or equipment. We will also support the cities. The city wanted support to actually input these new timings into the controllers. So let me maybe go over the plans or what the steps that we are planning to take in order to do this. The new timing is based on counts that we had last February of 2023. We are going to do that and have the plans ready by the end of the week. On Monday, we will have people here on the ground to help the city staff with programming the timing into the controllers. On Tuesday, we plan to go with your staff to do a fine-tuning or field observations. Usually when we implement a new timing, we need to go back out and actually observe the operations and maybe do some fine-tuning. And then we'll give it a day or so for traffic to stabilize after these changes and come back on Thursday and do the after runs. Then we need to take this information and put it maybe on a side-by-side some kind of presentation that is presentable to the council. And like I said, we will also have a visual simulation of what comes out of the software that we are using in order to present that to you. One thing that I wanted to note is the counts that we are using for doing this signal timing was collected back in February of last year, which is when all of the schools are in session. We are going to implement these timings around now next week, which many, if not all of the schools are out of session, and that affects traffic flow. Traffic flow is a very dynamic phenomenon. So it will be readjusted. We have recommended that definitely after the schools come back to session, this be reevaluated and readjusted as needed. But traffic flow patterns change by the time of the day, of the month, of the year, depending on if a special occasion is going on. It's a very dynamic thing. And also, I want to get the attention of the council that we are going to look at 3 different time frames during the course of the day based on our analysis. There is around the midday peak period, a mid-afternoon to late afternoon peak period, and an off-peak period. So we are going to develop timing plans for all of those. The midday and the afternoon, depending on the result of the analysis, they may be combined. We'll have to see that once we complete the analysis. But that's all the work that goes into it. Again, acknowledging that this is a dynamic phenomenon and needs to be readjusted as needed.
If we do this on that corridor and then we decide to go west as far as we go, will that information still be valid to make traffic flow all the way? Because we have additional traffic problems, especially in front of the hospital, but also at Sheridan Road that I know of. There may be others. And we got a report on these traffic congestion areas in the LMPO meeting just 2 or 3 weeks ago that identified a few other places. So my question is, if we spend that money, and I'm not sure we can do that on this agenda item, but if we, and also it's got to be a concern to the city manager and the budget. We got to figure that out. But I'm just wondering if we can continue to use it, or do we need to rethink this and do the whole darn Gore Boulevard from one end to the other before we get started spending money? Do you have a thought on that?
That would be advisable, and we have previously proposed to the city to consider such a wider view of the corridors. Not only is the Gore Boulevard itself, but there are crossroads that we are not currently synchronizing. So if we go that extent, and you want to look at a network type view of the, at least look at maybe the crossroads, and to the extent that you have issues on this corridor, include all of those so that we can do a full corridor timing. That is something that would advise the council to consider.
Okay, all that to say it is advisable just to do the whole road from east to west. So I don't want to stifle discussion, but at this point I'd like to see a motion to direct staff to bring back a plan, the city manager, how he's going to pay for it. And you okay with that, John? Can I get that motion? Got a motion? Got a second? Discussion or debate? Mr. Warren.
Two things. One is, every time I think about this, I go back to that, I don't know what it was, $10 million or whatever it was to begin with, because I agree, I think we need to do the whole length of Gore, but at the same time, that affects north-south Sheridan Road and north-south 11th Street. And then when you change those to help, then that changes Cash Road. So this is not a vacuum. Everything that we do on Gore Boulevard is going to affect traffic on Cash Road, and it's going to affect traffic on Lee Boulevard. So we're just kind of pushing the problem down the road. And I agree, we need to do Gore, but we got to know that we're going to have problems in other places if we don't have a plan to actively. So I would hope that maybe staff could bring back some kind of plan that we can do, an encompassing plan that we can follow in budgets in the future, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and one of the things we got to figure out is, do we have the equipment necessary to do that? Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I had brought this up kind of the last time. I mean, no plan is going to be a perfect plan, but every plan moves towards making the problem better. It's sort of directional in a sense. And that is totally tied into the cost, as all of us are kind of concerned with, because you got to look at budgeting and what we're going to do. And it also adds to what Councilman Warren was saying, because trying to fix this and what your goal for fixing it may not be the same goal as the street departments here, but finding a way to try to work towards alleviating the pressure that's causing, because as mentioned before, there's only 3 ways to get from that side of town to this side of town. It's frustrating for people to do that, especially during busy traffic hours, and they're going to start working on that bridge at some point here to fix that bridge, and that's going to be even more of a frustration for the citizens. And to somehow put together a plan to where, even if you fix this thing in stages, to get it to where you relieve the pressure to try to alleviate all those people trying to move from one side of town to the other, with only 3 ways to do that, is something I think should be heavily considered in this. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Harris.
Go ahead, Kelly. I'll get it.
So I think Randy said something that is important. It doesn't operate in a vacuum. But and what Councilman Hampton just said was that, you know, those are the only 3 ways to get across town, and we don't have a good system of half-mile streets or collector streets. So would it be more important to focus on the efficient traffic flow up and down those main arteries to the exemption of the cross arteries like Sheridan or Fort Sill Boulevard or 38th Street? Or is there a way to where that it's able to account for that itself and make the adjustments it needs as it goes, so according to different times? And I think the mayor mentioned this. At 5 o'clock, Sheridan Road and Gore, you might wait 3 or 4 stoplights before you clear that intersection because only 10 cars get through at a time, and so it just seems like there ought to be a way that it can sense the traffic flow and adjust for it at certain times of day, but then at 2 o'clock in the morning, you don't have to sit there and wait for. I think we counted over a minute there at one of those intersections when nobody was coming. So that's my point.
Correct. And, like I said, I think it's advisable for those major corridors to be coordinated. Cross streets, not all of them are the same. They don't all carry the same amount of traffic. So we'll be looking at those major corridors. Corridors with lesser traffic may not have the same. The timing Gore Boulevard may not affect one street the same degree that it affects the other, but that has a lot more traffic.
So there may not be a perfect solution.
There is definitely improvement that can be. I'm saying that we will have to coordinate say Gore Boulevard and the major street that crosses them.
Thank you.
Larry, you can correct me, but the way I've looked at it is we don't have anywhere near the equipment to do a master change in the city as far as equipment taking care of all these changes that we're talking about. So that would be a major cost item that we'd have to look at even if we had the plan worked out. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, when you're looking citywide, there would be equipment that would need to be upgraded, and primarily it's to how those controllers are able to track time. So right now, all of those intersections that are synchronized, say up and down Cash Road, for example, they're at a 100-second cycle. That's what they do all day, every day. They don't do anything else. If you want to set time of day plans, you do need to upgrade the equipment, have cellular modems in each one of those so that they know it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and they go to a different timing pattern. Okay. So there is some level of equipment upgrades. The corridor on Gore, they've already got those cellular modems, so we can do that there.
I know we spent $80,000 last year just to do Lori Tatum and those 3 lights there, just to upgrade. We didn't even upgrade the boxes or the posts, so a lot of our other equipment's pretty old too. I did have a question on the corridor. Your plan that you're talking about working on in that corridor, where does it span? Does it start at 4th Street, 6th Street, and go to Lori Tatum, or what?
The one that we are working now?
Well, yeah,
from
the one.
7th to Lori Tatum.
7th?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm confused about what I heard. Are you saying that we can do Gore Boulevard now and we won't affect the north-south at the main intersections, and we can go ahead and do it, or we need to wait and do the whole town at once? What are you saying?
No, the scope that we have presented to the city is focusing on Gore Boulevard, the intersections on Gore Boulevard. A second question came as to the side streets and other corridors, and I was responding to that, saying that yes, that's definitely an option that the council can consider. I would recommend for you to consider to extend to the whole corridor and major crossroads so that they can be also coordinated. But what we are have submitted to the council or to the city to do for these next 2 weeks is Gore Boulevard from Lori Tatum to 7th Street.
So essentially, Mayor, I think it's in the city's best interest to just hold off instead of spending this money now. Is look at the, sorry, sir, is to look at the overall corridor, not just this small section, because this is just one small section. Depending on, contingent on what the studies would show for the full limits of that corridor, this may be a moot point for us to go in and do this minimal amount of work over what, six intersections.
Yeah.
So I think it would be in the city's best interest to do the overall.
That sounds
The
good.
overall corridor.
Yes, sir.
Which was our
That's-
motion.
Yes.
And we can still make a decision on the whole plan.
Yeah.
Discussion or debate?
I did
Mr.
want to make
Warren.
I did
Go
want to
ahead.
make a comment, though, because as mentioned, we do only have 3 ways to get to the east part of Lawton, and they are extremely congested, not just at traffic to rush hour, but all day long. And Gore is definitely one of the major areas that's congested all the time. So it's all intersections are important, but I want to stress the fact that corridor on Gore is a big problem. The biggest problem traffic-wise that I've been able to see.
Mr. Warren.
I just would ask that all of our news media, newspaper, television, to push the fact that flashing yellow does not mean stop. We've got a real problem there at 4th Street because east-west traffic is stopping at the flashing yellow light. And when that happens, north-south traffic doesn't know what to do. And so they go, and then the outside traffic is not paying attention because they get a flashing yellow and they go. So we need to make sure that we push the fact that yellow means caution, not stop. Because there's not been a time, any day since we've done that I didn't stop at that intersection on the red and see traffic stop on the yellow.
Yeah.
Ms. Chapman.
When are you planning, I guess to Larry, when are we planning to remove that intersection and the lights? Because that would be the solving problem right there.
It would.
There are plans put together for the exact removal, pavement striping, sign installation that I understand the engineering department has put together. It really just needs to be scheduled for council to pass a resolution to direct that removal to take place.
Is there a cost to this?
That would be done by our resources in-house, our electronic maintenance division, our street and traffic control division. They would do it with their staff. So we wouldn't have a contractor do that removal.
I move that we pass a resolution to have.
Can we have a motion?
Sorry, I will pause.
Do you want council to bring back a plan for a study in the whole corridor? Okay, please vote. Gore. Right now. One more vote. Okay, that passes 8-0. Now, your motion concerning 4th Street.
I move that we pass a resolution to have these streetlight signs removed at 4th and Gore.
Second.
Okay, okay, now let's
and the light,
clarify
all of
that. We don't have that on the agenda, so you're moving to bring back an agenda item, do that, or can we pass a resolution the way it was presented?
We need to bring it back and have, it needs to be on the agenda. This agenda item is really just to receive a report, so we'll need to have
Okay.
that put on
So
the
we'll
agenda.
have that
I think
on the-
it would need to be considered at the, although it doesn't have to be, but I would recommend that it be considered at the Traffic Commission first.
Okay.
And we can do all that by the next council meeting. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's have it on the next agenda, and you can have your traffic commission meeting before then, and I don't think any action is necessary on that. Okay, anything else on this item? Thank you, guys. Have fun going back to Denver. All right.
Yeah.
And I forgot where I'm at.
That was 43, and then we
I'm on item 19, aren't I? Item 19. You guys want a break before we get started? Okay, we're going to take a short break.
go back to where I feel loved.
Okay, let's make our way back to our seats. We'll start in 1 minute. Just a note, if an item says that there's a public hearing or public input, you'll be allowed to speak even if you don't fill these out. So when we get to the D&D items, those have, each one has its own public hearing. So anybody's allowed to speak without filling out the paper. Kind of confusing, I know, but it's government. Okay, we're back from break. Item 19, consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 1209 Southwest 23rd Place and 1406 Northwest Williams Avenue to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lot City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Josh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was waiting for the pictures to come up there. So,
Okay, well, I started before the clerk got back, so we'll just have to look at each other for a few minutes. Okay, clerk's back.
Oh, I did. That permit? Yeah, I saw it. Huh? Okay.
Okay, so 1209 Southwest 23rd Place. This one was set to bring back here as the property was about to sell. Since then, the property did sell on the 23rd of April. No current permits have been applied for to do any kind of remodel or demolition. This was a burnout structure. Like I said, that was brought last month.
We already held the public hearing, right?
Correct.
Council, you remember this one? Any comments? Want to make a motion? Whose word's this in?
It's Ward 5. Bob. Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve a resolution declaring structures on this property dilapidated and public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
And that's on 1209 Southwest 23rd Place, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. One more. One more. Motion carries 8-0. 1406 Northwest Williams Avenue.
Okay, 1406 Northwest Williams Avenue. Still had an active water account since 2019 with an unknown fire date. This one was brought back as well. I have not been in touch with the owner. The owner has been in touch with Greg and the legal staff, and I was going to pass this on to him as he has all the information on that with their conversations.
Just verify that we have had the hearing on it?
Correct.
Okay, Greg?
Mayor, Council. This is a bit of a complex situation. I spoke with, I don't know if you remember the day that the presumptive owner, Myra Lozano, was here. She was brought down to my office while the council meeting was still going on. This property is partially or perhaps fully in probate in Texas right now. Ms. Lozano looks like she has an ownership interest. It was her and her ex-husband owned the property. Ms. Lozano was under the impression that the property was in good shape when she came back for the meeting, and she was shocked to see this. Mr. Chavez, who was the owner along with Ms. Lozano, passed away, and his new wife, Melissa Chavez, also has an ownership interest. So I spoke with Ms. Lozano's attorney about 3 weeks ago, told him what the situation was. They were going to try to get a consensus on what was happening. As I see it right now, the property is still wrapped up in probate, but we have word just recently that Ms. Lozano had transferred her interest. So I guess the question is, we have a dangerous property. We have, I guess, maybe some convenience of some people in question, but I don't see, I never received any word from the estate, from the administrator, or from the attorney. Tried to call him this morning, didn't get an answer, and on my message I left advice that he might want to be prepared to see this be declared dilapidated, because that was probably what was going to happen. So I leave that with you. That's what I know.
Volumes. Council, you got a motion?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Just clarify, that was on 1406 Northwest Williams Avenue. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 20, considering an ordinance pertaining to crimes and offenses, amending section 1631-316, division 1631, article 16.3, chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to trespassing by adding an innkeeper as one who can eject persons from a premises providing permissible reasons for ejection, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Tim?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item was on the agenda at our last regular council meeting. It came from the prosecutor's office. It's a code change to our criminal section. As the mayor mentioned, it talks about the ability for innkeeper to eject people from their premises, and some of the reasons given. One was for intoxication. At our last council meeting, we had some discussion about that. Well, what is intoxication? What qualifies? Council recommended we add by any means. So we talked with the prosecutor about that. He is okay with that add, and so we have brought this back with that addition, and we'd ask the council approve.
Do you have questions or motion?
Move to approve.
Motion for approval and a second. Waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to offenses and crimes amending Section 16-3-1-316, Division 16-3-1, Article 16-3, Chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to trespassing by adding an innkeeper as one who can eject persons from a premise, providing permissible reasons for ejection, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 21, consider approving a concessionary lease agreement between the Sunken Bridge Yacht Club, the Lawton Water Authority, and the City of Lawton with said lease to provide for incremental price increases over the life of the agreement, and to provide notice of the city's intention to absorb the campground into the Schoolhouse Slough campground area upon the expiration of lease December 31, 2027. Nobody's here, but this is what you already passed in the Water Authority, so if I can get a motion.
Make a motion.
Motion to approve, a second. Discussion or debate, please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 22, receive public comments on the usage and allocation of unallocated sales tax revenue projected to be received from July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024. These unallocated funds are estimated to be $7,212,430 at June 30, 2024. That's a pretty specific number. Thank you, Kristen.
Good afternoon. So our resolution of intent requires that we have two open meetings regarding the allocation of these additional revenues, and this is our second meeting. Any questions?
Okay, and just for the public, what this is an increase. Obviously, everybody knows we've been under a lot of inflation, and this is just money that came in above, and it's being allocated to different projects to take care of the effects of inflation. No new projects have been considered. I will open the floor to public comments concerning these funds. Per the resolution on Propel 2019, this is the way we do it. Anybody want to speak on this item? Is this our second meeting? Okay, I'm closing public comments. And we move on to item 23. Consider approving a resolution repealing or replacing resolution number 2023-75, specifying the revised intent of the mayor and council of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, with regard to the replacement of the existing 7/8 of 1 cent capital improvement operational expenditure sales tax and the 1 1/4% capital improvement sales tax, with a new sales tax to be levied of 2 1/8 as approved by the registered voters, City of Lawton, at election held in February 11, 2020. Tim.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council again. So back when we did the original Propel election, we started off with these resolution of intents. The first one was in 2019, and it's the intent of the council how we're going to spend the public's money with these sales taxes. And so we've amended the resolution several times for various reasons. The last time we did it was last year in May of 23. It was by resolution 2375, which is referenced in the title. And we did that because finance found that they believe we had extra money coming in last year, or inflationary money, as I think the mayor calls it, but some extra revenue. And the requirement is 2 open meetings, then the council can allocate as council deems appropriate. So we did that back in May of 2023, and we have the same thing essentially happening today. As Kristen indicated, roughly $7.2 million of anticipated additional revenue. What you have before you today, council, on this item is a proposed resolution after visiting with staff and some communications with mayor. Staff is recommending that we allocate $2,027,393 toward the continuation of the renovation of City Hall. That funds are needed to finish that project, so we are needing to do that. Also, staff is recommending that we add an additional $5,185,037 to, I believe it's subparagraph A, section C4 under Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation, we're wanting to put some additional money into that category. I believe we may have jumped the gun in preparing this resolution because we did also propose language in there that removed an $8 million cap on public funds that can be used for the sports complex. I think the mayor may have an idea on that, so I'll wait and let him talk about that. Some other things we're doing in the proposed resolution is we're correcting an inadvertent omission that occurred in Resolution 2028. That would have been one of the earlier resolutions of intent, but it looks like back in Resolution 2028, we removed a reference to the from the original resolution of intent 19116 that allocated an estimated $2.5 million for improvements to the LATS system. That came out, and so we need to put that back in because we were under the impression that was still in there, and so that needs to come back in. And then we need to fix the resolution so it does not limit that to just buses. The original that was in there, and I don't believe it was the intent to just limit that just to buses. So we need to make that correction. And any questions from council?
So on the sports complex deal and lifting that number, that's actually in the Propel 2040, but the citizens voted on it in 2019, so we've resisted changing anything the citizens voted for. All we've changed, in full transparency, is basically housekeeping and reallocation of inflationary funds. So I really don't want, I think this was an error they put in there. It's in the 2040. The citizens are going to vote on that, and I think the motion ought to be to approve it with that not in there. Mr. Warren.
Mayor and council, I'm all for this, as long as we don't call it extra, and we need to emphasize that. But I'd make a motion that we would approve this, especially removing all references to a cap on the $8 million for the sports complex, and anywhere in there where it mentions that, whether it's in the whereas section or the paragraphs.
Have a second?
Okay. And Mayor, so I'm clear, we're going to leave in the reference to the cap at this time. Is that correct, Mayor?
No, we're going to remove.
You're
remove.
Okay. Ignore any reference to removing the cap.
Okay, so the cap stays in.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I'm on the same page.
The cap stays in until the citizens remove
I misspoke. I apologize.
I'm on the same page.
That's fine. We understand what you mean. Did I get a second? Second. We do have a second from Mr. Hampton. Discussion or debate? Yes, Mr. Harris.
Explain to us about the LATS money in the buses.
So the original resolution of intent had funds allocated to LATS, an estimated $2.5 million, and the original resolution of intent's resolution 19116 that council approved back in 2019. At some point, that resolution of intent, that reference fell off. It fell off, and in resolution, it looks like 2028, and it's not been there. The money's there, but just the reference to be able to use for LATS is not there. And it looks like, too, there was an error in the original resolution of intent because it talks about LATS improvements, including but limited to the purchase of buses. And if you read that, it really sounded, it should have been including but not limited to. So we need to put not in there. Not was never in the original one, but I think it was an error at the time. So we need to put back in the reference to 2.5 million for LATS, but also including but not, the not needs to be put in.
But, so this is not about the money that was voted for the transfer station? This is something separate?
I believe some of it may be actually to be used for the transfer station. And
But this is really housekeeping. We've all believed for all this time it's 2.5 million for LATS on the CIP. Apparently, when we did one of these housekeeping changes, somebody in legal left it out. This is just putting it back in, because we had a meeting not long ago where the things they did were going to have to access this money. Okay? Does that make sense?
It was just my understanding that it was all supposed to go towards the transfer center, and none of it was supposed to go towards buses. And then we were going to have to be on us to come up with money for additional buses, which you're now looking at getting grants for as a part of the whole package. So maybe I misunderstood.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, give me just a minute. Okay, 24, 25, 26, and 27 all have to do with the CIP. And we're going to jump to 25 because we're not going to be able to pass these tonight. And just got a few changes coming up, and we just need a little time to make sure we get it right. We don't want to rush things. This is too important. I think most of the council understands how transformative this CIP is, and it's too important to rush. So we're planning on having a special meeting Monday at 2 o'clock to pass this CIP. And so what I want to do is read this item, and then I'll read the changes so that we have full transparency before we do it. Item 25, consider approving a resolution repealing and replacing resolution number 24-blank, specifying the administrative intent of the mayor and council of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, with regard to a proposed extension of the term of the existing excise tax of 2 1/8%, said extension to be considered by the registered voters of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, at an election held for such purpose on August 27, 2024. Such 2 1/8 sales tax that combined and replaced the existing 7/8 of 1% capital improvement operational expenditure tax and 1 1/4 capital improvement sales tax as approved by the registered voters of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma, at election held for such purpose on February 11, 2020, providing this resolution shall become effective upon the passage of ordinance number 2024 at an election to be held on August 27, 2024. Give me just a minute. Okay, basically what we've got here are some changes that need to be made, and I think we talked at the last council meeting about the public safety wage support out of the half designated. Another thing we need to deal with is the lake building. So who's going to speak on that? Dwayne? Larry? And then we had a couple of council members went out there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. and
So
City
Larry,
Council.
let's just refresh the public about what we're doing, and then we'll hear from the council members that went out there.
Yes, sir. We are asking to add an item to the CIP Propel budget for Parks and Rec, and that would be the Land and Lakes headquarters out at Lake Latonka.
Okay, now, Mr. Gill, do you want to report about your visit, and who did you take with you?
Made a trip to the lake headquarters Sunday afternoon. Took Councilman Harris, Councilman Hampton. We met with the city manager, Mr. Parks, Jim, some other policemen, and individuals of extreme good character while we were there. And basic game plan on that building is it's really past putting more money into. It's had its life expectancy several times there over. Wasn't much desire to try to rebuild that, remodel it, just throw a bunch of money after bad money. So the decision was pretty well made that that building needed to be demolished. And then the question came in, what are we going to put back? So we're studying the amount of people that are going to be occupying that and what their position is. And with the new technology we have now on issuing permits and other items of regulation that we need, we pretty well came up with a square footage plan of around 12 or 1,500 square foot, which with current market prices that were checked on, other square foot, other buildings in the community and outside the community, what square foot prices were, we came up with a budget of around $250,000 to rebuild this on city land.
Now, was that the council members and the members of good character?
I think everyone there agreed with that, because if they didn't, we took their status as good character away if they didn't say anything.
I'm just wondering if that status was also included the council members.
I'm not going to talk about my astute counsel. No, everyone pretty well thought along the same paths. It was a very productive meeting, and lasted for a while, and good decisions, I feel, were made.
City manager agrees with that decision?
I do, Mayor.
Okay, so you've got 3 council members here and the city manager that want it to be 250. Mr. Harris is wanting to talk.
Let's let Councilman Hampton go first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just to clarify, that day I was of good character. Don't count me on another day, though. That was a joke, okay? I agreed with the state of the building. The roof was in total disrepair, and there was mentioned that there were some leaks out there. And it looks like an old house is what it does. And with that said, it's really kind of cut up into the kind of small little rooms that really are not connected to each other and don't really look like a business building. And with that said, I totally agreed with the fact that we needed another establishment, and a lot was discussed about the number of people, as was said, and how the building should be laid out. It was discussed about maybe the opportunity for revenue producing, and a number of other things that were kind of talked about. We encouraged the staff to have input on that, because they're the ones that are out there. So they know the needs, they know everything that happens. So overall, it was a very good visit. I appreciate the opportunity to go out there, and I appreciate the city manager and Mr. Parks and everyone to take their time out on a holiday weekend to visit with us.
Okay. Mr. Harris, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to vouch that Councilman Hampton was of exceptional good character on that day, and want to compliment him on his astuteness in recognizing that it actually used to be a house and did not look like a house. But it is a very inefficient layout within the building, and I concur with Chairman George that this is, or he's not the chairman of this, that we can do this more efficiently, and we can do it at significant cost savings over the original proposal and that we can make it more efficient. Mr. Parks has got some ideas to include some other items such as a kiosk for selling licenses, which may reduce the number of people that we need. So all these things are being studied. And in addition, I was going to suggest that we add a couple of public bathrooms for the member or the people that use the lake, the campers that are out there, so that it becomes more of a multi-purpose building as well.
Mr. Warren.
A couple things. One is for the public and for me, I want to make sure we're talking about the building that which building are we talking about?
It's the Land and Lakes headquarters building.
I know, where's that at?
It's on the east side.
Right across the street from Lake Latonka.
Across the street from Latonka. Okay, I just want to make sure. Now, is there any way that we can include in that $250,000 or whatever that number ends up being, the demolition of Robinson's Landing building and the demolition of the building at Ellsworth that used to be the headquarters at Ellsworth?
So what would your guess be that is? 350 total?
At the most.
Why don't you just make that motion, we put 350 in there for lakes, buildings, and demo in the CIP?
I'd make that motion that we increase that number to 350 to include the demolition of those two structures I just spoke about. And if we have any funds left over from that 350, that it be put toward anything that'll help put police craft in the water at either lake.
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question?
Okay, hold on just a minute. We got a motion on the floor, and we have a second. Now you can clarify.
Does the 350 include the demo of the lake headquarters as well?
Yes, it would, but what it wouldn't include is those extra restrooms for the general public. Those will need to be done with the money that we take in, that we're making with the rentals and the boathouses, which always has been planned that way, which would probably be better. But the 350 would cover demoing that existing structure that's there now, plus putting up a new type structure. And the other structures, as far as that goes, if we have that money in that 350, I'd say we do, and we could always put them through the D&D list, I guess, and get bids and have them done that way also.
Okay, so
Couldn't we?
So we're going to tear down the house.
Right.
We're going to tear down Robinson's Landing. Was there one building or two at Robinson's Landing?
It's just
Okay.
the one, but there's the other building that you
And then we're
mentioned
going to
on
build the
Ellsworth.
new building. We're going to do all that for $350, right?
Correct.
Everybody good? That's the motion?
That's
Mr. Warren?
You're making me hedge now. Now I feel like we need to make it 400.
Well, we could go back to the 700 that.
No, let's
started all
make
this.
it 400, and if it's restricted to those items, then if there's anything left over, then the council can vote on where that goes. It would still need to go to something pertaining to the lakes or something like that.
Okay, so we're going to say, in general, you're amending your motion to $400,000 for headquarters and demolition and other lake policing.
Correct.
Correct. And was that
Activities.
you accept that amendment?
Can I speak? Thank you, Mayor. You know, when we put that $400,000 figure out there, that all of a sudden becomes the budget. And so when we hire this architect that I've been skinning like a deer in the wild, or whoever that happens to be, we're establishing budgets, trying to get work done in those realms, which those realms were studied. I mean, we can certainly do 400. I'm just saying.
It's cinder block.
No, it would be probably metal.
in metal.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can manage that
I don't
when the
think there's a-
time comes. Why don't you go ahead and agree to the 400?
Well, I did already.
Okay, then let's vote.
I have
before
one other
somebody changes
I
their
got one
mind.
other quick question, is how Councilman Gill was able to determine character.
Let's vote. Okay, that lake issue passes 8-0. Now, I had a visit from the McMahon Auditorium Authority. They would like their 3 items put together. And the reason is they'd kind of changed their priorities and their numbers. The number will not change. I think it totaled 13 million. But we would put them all in one item and they would present a plan to us later. What it boils down to basically is they don't want to do as much work on the armory at the front because they want to finish McMahon Auditorium and make it the top priority and do phase 2 of McMahon. Do phase 1, and they're going to present this plan, do phase 1 of the armory and phase 1 of the auditorium, and put together a plan with real numbers for the next phase of Propel when we go to Propel 2045, which I won't be here, but I love the planning. You know I love that planning. And I think that's the way to go. So is everybody okay with that? And we can do that by consensus if there's no objections. I see no objections. Then, okay, another thing that we put in the CIP, and I don't see it in here, but it probably is, we'll make sure it is, Tim, and that is an annual management review. And all we're doing there is requiring the staff to bring us an annual management review of the actual money that did come in versus what was budgeted, including the 3% increase. And then we set and we manage and decide, are we ahead of the game, or are we behind the game? And if we're behind the game, obviously we've got to tighten our belt a little bit. And then if we're managing that annually, we'll stay on top of it. Why put that in there? Because you and I aren't going to be here. So we have to build a plan that works for the future and that future councils automatically get engaged in. Tim?
Mayor, yes, it's on page 3, it's the second paragraph, whereas it requires a report,
Okay, I see
I
it.
believe by March 15th.
Okay, very good. Yeah, and that'll be based on a calendar year, be presented to council by March 15th, and then council, well, we'll just be in better control of the management, as will staff. Randy?
And I don't know, if it might complicate it, I don't know, but could we include in that the report would include projects begun, finished, planned?
Absolutely. I love that idea, and we're working to get our CIP portal there, right, City Manager? And we'll have that at your fingertips soon. I'm sure there'll be a 30 to 60 day delay in the data, but surely it wouldn't be over 60 days. But let's include that in there, Tim, and unless somebody objects. No objections. Did you get that, Tim? Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Now,
what's been bid, what's been awarded, what's been completed?
that should be kept up and should not be a problem at all. Now, okay, now this one's new for you, Tim. So when I did the budget numbers and projected this out at 3%, and remember, it's grown 6%, there's 17 million in contingency. That's about a 10.5% contingency on projects. We don't really need a contingency on the $0.25 for roads because a $0.25 is a $0.25. We don't really need a contingency on the parks because a $0.25 is a $0.25, and whatever it is what it is. But on the projects, we need a contingency, just like we have a contingency when we go into McMahon Auditorium. There's a certain amount of contingency in that. And that's the way I've built this. And so I need a category put in there for that contingency And I personally want to make it clear, no new projects out of the contingency. The contingency goes to fund the projects that the citizens passed. Now, are there any objections to that? Okay, so that's accepted. Let me look at my notes and make sure I've told you everything. All right, council, I think we've got it. And I want to tell you, you've seen over the last year how the 2019 Propel has transformed the city with 26 miles of water line projects going, 26 more fixing to go with the Streets and Bridges Committee and all that's going on there. Those are things that you're seeing, and you're seeing them because they're disrupting your traffic. That's the main reason you're seeing them. But I'm going to tell you, when the citizens pass this and the staff is primed and ready to make these parks happen, we've got a half a step on the deal. And that includes our youth sports authority and all that's going on there. We're already halfway into this deal. And because we've done some good planning. And then when you add that 1/4% for streets, folks, I'm going to tell you, you're going to see the city transform. This is the most important thing that we've done since I've been here. This is more important than the original Propel, though it was very important. It was the most important at the time. Now, any comments? I don't want to take action today other than what we've taken, and we're going to bring this back at the special meeting Monday at 2. Any comments before we go? Mr. Warren.
I just had a thought, you'd instructed Tim to make sure that there was no new projects included in that contingency, but we probably need to get the words like we always use, until all those projects are finished, and then any remaining money would need to be still allocated to those categories that the citizens voted on. Not, if those projects are finished, let's say all the road projects are finished that are in there, I'm using that as an example. If we don't throw that in there, then that money's just going to hang out there without any way to spend it. So we would still need to be able to spend that money that's remaining, but it needs to be spent on a road project. Does that make sense?
It would not go into the general fund.
No.
That money is left.
CIP has to stay in CIP.
Yeah, it would be its own entity.
So I think what you're saying is that needs to align with
We have it someplace.
item number 4, doesn't it, Tim?
Are you saying D4, Mayor?
I don't know. It's this number 4 here says that intend the council that should revenue estimates projected in paragraph 2 ultimately exceed 34 million, including the annual 3%. You're going to have to make what Randy just said. I don't disagree with what he said. But you're going to have to make it align with number 4, okay? Is everybody okay with that? Okay. Okay. You got what you need?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes, if not, I'll reach out to you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, we're ready to move on. No action. Now, that brings up item 26. Wait a minute. 24. That was 25. 24, 26, and 7. We're striking because we can't pass those and move this other one on, and all 4 of those will be on the special meeting. Did I say that right? 24, 26, 27, and 25. 24, 25, 26, 27. Brings up item 28. Everybody okay? Kristen, you okay? All right. You're just now passing. Oh, you're passing stuff out on this. Okay. Item 28. Hold a public hearing to receive input from the citizens of Lawton regarding the City of Lawton's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-2025, and after due consideration of the city manager's proposals and citizens' input thereon, provide direction to finalize the budget and take action to approve the budget with any revisions by resolution as deemed appropriate. Kristen.
Just kidding. So at our last budget workshop, you had asked for a few follow-up items, so that's in the packet that I just provided. The first one is the CPI and how much that will affect each water bill. So that top block there is if a minimum utility bill, they're only using 2,000 gallons a month. You can see there it's $83.90 currently. If the CPI were to pass, it would go up to $86.87, which is $2.97. Skip down to the next group, 4,000 gallons a month. That current bill is $97.20. That would go up $3.63 to $100.83. And then that final block down there is if a household uses 6,000 gallons a month, their current bill is $110.50. It would go up to $114.79 or $4.29 a month. So if you take our current accounts, we have 30,000 accounts, about 26,500 are residential. So if we went with the middle of the road number, that's going to generate approximately $1,155,000 worth of revenue in a year. Now the CPI itself is going to increase. Donalyn, can you go to the next one? Yeah. So the CPI itself is going to increase our revenues by $2.8 million. The difference is in our commercial accounts. I looked at several different commercial accounts, retail, restaurants, hotels, car washes, etc. It's going to generate approximately, if we pass the CPI, $1.6 million for us. And then our landfill-only customers, we have some out-of-town businesses that'll come in and dump regularly. That's going to increase revenue by $118,000. So that's what makes up the $2.8 million there. Any questions on the CPI?
Yeah. John, you think you could do without this year?
I do. We pretty radically changed the rates a couple of years ago. I think the increase was 15%. So we can make it work without the CPI.
So I would like to see us council not raise it if we don't need to. I think the city manager's comfortable with that, and that's kind of a new thing. And but I do want to commend the city manager and his staff for bringing efficiency into the process, because he wouldn't be saying that if he hadn't. So that's a pat on his back as well. And I appreciate the attention to efficiency that we're seeing over the past year with our new city manager. So by consensus, is everybody okay if we do not include CPI?
I certainly am.
Okay. Are any objections to not including CPI? Okay, Mr. Warren, you want to comment?
I just wanted to say, I would echo what you said about the city manager. You've done an awesome job. And this is one of those situations where, you know, it's like you've done such a good job, we're going to give you not as much money next year. So it's a little counterproductive. But I also want the citizens to know that, you know, just because we don't this year doesn't mean we won't next year. I hope that it demonstrates to the citizens that when we don't need it, we're not going to try to get it, and when we do need it, we seriously need it. And I appreciate the fact that the council's willing to forego at this time. And at some point, we have to make a motion to do that, don't we? We'll have to bring it back.
We probably do, since it's a resolution that requires us to do it. So why don't you make a motion?
I make a motion that we bring back a resolution for council to approve not increasing the CPI.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
There it is.
Push that again. Motion, okay, but now we got it. Motion carries 8-0. Now, we've got another slide concerning utility bills that I thought was very interesting. Yes, we're still on 28, Council. And I'm assuming Don Lynn's working on that slide, right? Okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay, this is a fee comparison, cost comparison of water on a 6,000 gallon water bill, 3,000 gallon sewer. This is our peer cities plus some others additional in this. And this first one here includes the monthly fees. That is almost $20 of fees. That is rolling stock fees. That is the Waurika fees. That is let's see, the other fees that are included are related to the landfill, stormwater fees. There's almost $20 on the water bill that is fees. So the base fee right here without charging for those others, just water and sewer. Blue is water, green is sewer. The thing you see in yellow is the amount of income from the water and sewer that is transferred out to the general fund. That's what makes this an extremely interesting slide. Look at the amount we're actually spending on water and sewer is what you see in blue and green. That correlates with Norman, who keeps almost all of their funds. And if you look at that, the only other one that is spending less money is Broken Arrow. Everyone else is spending tremendously more money on their water and sewer system than we are. The second slide actually shows it without the fees involved. Okay. You got the second slide?
That's the second one.
Okay, I uploaded. Okay, this is basically, I uploaded the wrong slide to you. There's our basic water and sewer without the fees for that same account is $58.75. That's what the water and sewer cost without those fees. When you look at that amount right there, it's almost equal to Norman, which is the lowest rate on there. Norman's uniqueness of Norman, to raise their water and sewer rates, they have to go to a vote of the people. They have income that support them outside other than their fee schedule, where we're expending only on maintenance and operation. So what this is really telling us is that we're under insufficient dollars because of having to support the rest of the budget to maintain our water and sewer system. Our capital improvements program helps some. It brings in approximately $5 million a year, but the amount that's being transferred out is almost $20 million a year.
Really? Very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's what you're seeing here. And with it, if you look at those numbers right there, if you correlate those right there, and we put in a proposed, depending on where we could update that if the council decided to do a CPI. But with that, it's a flat line there. So,
all right, very good. Council, do you have any questions on that? Okay, so you're telling me that the yellow represents $20 million, and at this point, your portion of the half-cent and the Propel
does not offset
equals 5.
Equals 5.2.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for sharing that.
That as Councilman Hampton said last week, we need to put money in to maintenance our system.
Mm-hmm.
And Stillwater just went to this, to not transferring. They were doing what we were doing until this last year. They just made that transition. I'm trying to find out how they funded their general fund shortfalls by pulling that money out of transferring it to the general fund.
You know, I
And- but
love
you-
hard numbers because that was not my perception on the CIP, replacing that money. I felt like the CIP was more, so thank you for that.
So all that yellow is going into the general fund and being spent on anything and everything else but not the water and the sewer.
Correct.
Okay.
Interesting.
I thought that would be, you would see the interesting part of that.
very
And you
good
correlate what
information.
we're actually
It's
spending.
also interesting to look at Enid.
Yeah.
They're not giving up.
Mr. Harris?
So Rusty, does this reflect their cost of all these other things that we do, the stormwater maintenance and?
This does not.
So-
Those are in addition.
So
to-
they're getting money somewhere else to do those duties that we're including into our water bill?
On the fees, yes. They're doing it some other way.
And so what this shows is we're almost, except for Broken Arrow, you are providing water and sewer as efficiently as anyone else in the state, correct?
Correct.
And that would be why you got that plaque today?
That's why there's no hair left up here.
I just once again want to say we're so glad to have you, and you're doing a great job.
But what it's really telling us is we need to start thinking about how we're funding water and wastewater. And you're going to run into, when we get the final report, you're going to see storm sewer and solid waste have some of these same issues.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warren?
I've tried to preach this for quite a few years, and it tells us a lot of things. It doesn't just tell us that little microcosm. It tells us a lot of things. And the most important thing is what I think Rusty's getting at is if we ran the water authority like a business, it would be nothing like it is right now. Because the first thing that they would do is they would say, well, here's how much it costs to replace X amount of water line and X amount of sewer line every year. And that would just automatically go into and they would give the city of Lawton a bill and said, y'all pay it however you need to pay it, but this is what it costs to have an efficient and well-maintained water and sewer system. And we've never done that, and we've always backed into those numbers. And we just really need to buckle down and see if we can figure out a way to do that. The other thing I noticed is that Edmond is transferring money also, and they've got electric. So, you know, they're not doing something also, because you would think with electric that they would be able to not have to transfer anything out of water and sewer, but they are still transferring.
Mr. Hampton.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Rusty, I think that is great news, and I guess this is some of the stuff from that report you got that you mentioned last week.
The draft, it was short, and I've sent it back to them to re-update, because it had some flaws in it.
As I look at this, I think that sometimes your mistakes can help you out a lot. I guess we are kind of putting more money in there, or making more money in there, and the efficiency level. And I appreciate all the stuff that you do in this area, Rusty. I mean, your experience and understanding on all this stuff is way beyond my level. But putting it all together is real important. And I think that we have this True North and the things that we're talking about becoming the most efficient city in the state feeds towards this stuff. And Russ, I just want to say this would not happen without you and the input and your dedication to this, and I really appreciate that.
And when you're looking at each one of these peer cities that are here, each one has their unique circumstances. Broken Arrow is a young community. I can remember Broken Arrow 25 years ago was a very small community. Their system is brand new. That's why they're not having to charge. But our system is one of the oldest systems there.
This includes cost of production, right?
Yes.
So like Broken Arrow and Tulsa have got water running out their ears.
Yes.
So
This
their
includes our
cost of
lake.
production is likely less.
Yeah, we have to, they've got water that just flows through them. We've got to pump, and we've got to buy lakes and pay debt service on lakes. And
Okay. All right, so,
Mayor.
did you have anything else you
No,
want to tell us? Kristen, what have you got else for us?
Mayor, question.
Yes.
I have a question regarding that slide that Rusty showed there. With that surplus that is being taken off and put into the general fund, I guess the question maybe I need to direct to our manager, our city manager, how well would that, if we cut that in half of what we're taking in general fund and put that to improvements, how would that impact our city function as city manager?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I suspect it would impact us greatly.
Okay.
Yeah, Kristen's shaking her head, so I feel like I answered that question correctly.
So we couldn't
No,
take
I
part
don't-
of that money and begin allocating?
I think we could talk about in future fiscal years, like scaling that percentage back.
Okay.
So we're giving more to water and sewer line infrastructure, but I don't think that's practical for this fiscal year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Stillwater just made that transition, and I've been trying to get a meeting with them to find out how they were able to survive that. Now, there's no way to even, a small percentages eating away at it. Maybe that's how you eat that elephant right there.
Yeah.
Small bits at a time.
Okay, thank you.
Kristen?
Okay, so the second thing you asked for was our Pier City fund balances, which I provided on page 3 of your packet. So you can see here, the first group is our general fund. Broken Arrow sitting at 30.7%, Midwest City 13.58%, so they're slightly below GFOA's recommendation. Enid at 17.98%, Norman 13.7%. Moore's a little unique. They only allocate what they have in fund balance and what they expect to bring in revenue. So they are sitting at 100% at both general and enterprise fund. Edmond is just a little below GFOA's recommendation at 12.93%, and then we are sitting at 29.03%. And then you can see there GFOA's recommendation. This is a loosely based recommendation. There's variables depending on a city's situation and whatnot, but the recommendation is 16.44% for the general fund.
Okay, let's clarify again. That percentage could be explained as the amount in our budget that we're holding in reserve for carryover.
It's basically 2 months worth of expenditures, like a rainy day fund, so to speak. If something disastrous were to happen, we've got 2 months worth of expenditures in the bank.
Okay, their recommendation is 2 months at 16.44. We're at 29 on the general fund. Now explain this 266% on the enterprise fund.
So we do have a large fund balance there. Now, some of it is restricted. We have a lot of debt service in our enterprise fund. So it's probably not quite that high if I gathered all that information together. I did not have time to do that before this meeting. But you can see Midwest City is pretty high as well, and Enid, and I would imagine their situation's the same. They've got some debt service tied into that as well.
So the point is you got to hold some room reserve for those debt services. And is that GFOA too?
Yes.
Okay. And what do they recommend? You put so many months?
Enterprise fund, it's 45 days worth of expenditures, so it's 12.33%.
Okay. But on debt service, they want you to have more?
No, that's just restricted. We can't spend that.
Oh, I got you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good.
And then the last bit in the council book was budget revision number 1. I was out last week at a conference, and there were some additional changes made that I didn't have time to get in before the deadline. So that these slides are all the revisions that have been made to the preliminary budget, and I'll just go over the ones that are new. They're highlighted there. We added 2 code enforcement officers, which affected the general fund by $126,000. if you'll go to the next one. CDBG fund, as we're going through and reconciling cash, we're making corrections to revenue and expenses as we see fit or see the need for. So we had to correct the fiscal year 23 revenue for CDBG. It's down to $27,341. And then the next one, Capital Improvement Projects Fund, we had to correct a revenue, so there's a $5 deletion there, so that fund balance went down $5. 2019 Capital Improvement Fund, there was no change. I just had a formula error. The decrease to the preliminary budget carryover is actually $18 million. And the next one. Enterprise Fund had a couple. We had to update the depreciation expense. It's actually $9.2 million. And then there was a correction to fiscal year 23 revenue. This is an Enterprise Fund, $2,280. And then Lawton Water Authority Fund, we had another revenue correction, $412. And then on the last page, our Fringe Benefit Fund, there was an expense that wasn't booked, and it was $692. Any questions on those revisions?
All right. Thank you, Kristen. So I'll tell you what, lots of efficiencies been happening. I appreciate that. I appreciate the staff. Appreciate the city manager's leadership. Appreciate that he's got us in a position where we don't have to raise the utility rates this year for a second year in the row. True, we did 3 years ago raise it 15%, but I think that 15%, I think inflation's more than that over 3 years. So I think we're good, showing good faith with efficiency. And so what I need here, well, anything you want, but yes, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I have something that as we talk about the budget here, and moving towards the most efficient city in the state of Oklahoma. Have you been downtown and take a look at the roads that they fixed downtown? I mean, it is just amazing what is going on, not just downtown, but all over town with the roads. And that has to do with the with engineering. And I had some thoughts, Mayor, about a duplication of services over there. In light of where we've been going and the momentum that we're just building and becoming efficient, and we have our engineering firm. We've got the contracted engineers that are working, and I'm just really pleased with that. But the duplication of services in that, I would like that kind of taken a look at. Maybe give us a report on that so that we can kind of as a council understand how to streamline getting that stuff done. And with that, I want to make a motion to table the okaying the budget. I think maybe at the mayor's discretion, he's got a handle on a lot of this that's going on. So if the staff could bring back a report and an explanation on the duplication of services going on in the engineering area, I think it would probably feed towards us moving towards becoming more efficient.
Okay, and you want to do that before we pass that? So can you do that by the special meeting?
We can try, but let me can I ask a clarifying question? So Councilman Hampton, you're saying bring back a slides on discussing the efficiency and operations of the city engineer's office in comparison to our vendors? Is that okay?
Yeah, in comparison to the engineering service that we are using. I mean, this is my second term. I'm amazed at the momentum that we're building and getting these roads done. I just am just amazed. And of course, listen, I do want to say this. There's somebody at the helm doing that, and I do applaud the city manager for his abilities to carry out this stuff. And under that leadership, I'm just kind of, it would be great to have a report on what's been duplicated there, because we don't want to double up on our expenditures and gaining more finances to be able to complete more roads. I'm just really enjoying these roads.
So I think what it's saying, John, is duplication of services between between duplication of services between the staff and the contracts that we have. In other words, WSB, he's not the only one I've heard bring that up, doing things the staff used to do or something. So I think that's where you're getting, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and so do we have a second? Ms.
I can
Hankins?
second that. Second.
You second, okay. Motion made and a second, discussion or debate. What we're doing here is directing the staff to bring back a report on duplication of services in the engineering department concerning vendors, and then we're going to have this on our special meeting, and we'll have the information we need to pass it. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Mayor, are we going to have the budget public hearing?
Motion carries 8-0. Pardon me?
The budget public hearing, that's what this agenda item is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we're still okay, but I'm opening up the public hearing. And if you want to come out and talk about the budget, this is your opportunity. Thank you, Kristen. Come on up. This is your speak now or never. It's kind of like a wedding. You got to talk before it happens.
I just wondered, part of the budget, do you have anything in the budget for people littering to make people not litter?
Yeah, we've talked about that, and the city manager, we've got new litter vacuums. How cool is that? And the city manager's got the staffing for that. And our goal this year, meet the citizens' expectations.
Okay, because I picked up maybe 2 ton of litter, and that's honest number in the last 50 years out on Sheridan Road and Bishop. So, yeah, I'm getting kind of tired of it. And I would like to see either some more signs put up or, some kind of advertisement.
Are you
Please don't
talking
do
about
this.
dumping?
Huh?
Are you talking about dumping?
Just people throwing their litter out the window.
Oh.
I live just far enough out where people can buy McDonald's or Wayne's and they get it at 8 by the time they get in my place, and out the window it goes.
Okay.
So.
Right. Thank you for
So do you
coming.
have some?
Anybody else want to come up and give us their 2 cents? We won't charge you 2 cents, but. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. We have our motion. The budget is going to be dealt with on the special meeting Monday at 2. We fulfilled our public hearing requirement, correct? And so we're ready to move on. Number 29, consider holding a public hearing and approve an ordinance pertaining to control of signs amending Section 1891908, Division 1891, Article 189, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, by increasing the maximum electronic message sign square footage allowed within 200 feet of an A1 agriculture, general agriculture, A2 suburban, R1 single-family dwelling, R2 two-family dwelling, R3 multi-family dwelling, and R4 high-density apartment zoning district, and allowing electronic message center signs to be building mounted, and allowing for floor amendments if necessary, providing for said building, and establishing an effective date. Christie.
Good afternoon. This code kind of started with the Board of Adjustments, has gone through CPC, and now it's in front of you. Over the last 8 months, the Board of Adjustment has reviewed at least 6 variances to the code section that we're requesting to be amended today regarding the size of electronic message centers, there we go, within 200 foot of that list of zoning districts. Every variance that the Board of Adjustment sees, they approve, and so the discussion came up that we probably need to change code if we're going to approve every variant that comes to the board. And so this is just doing that, getting up to 65 square foot of sign area. And we've got a few pictures to show you what the 65 foot looks like. These are just some recent signs that are that had to go to the Board of Adjustments that were above the 25 square foot, but they're under the new proposed 65 square foot limit, just to give you an idea that they're not as big as you may think. And so this is what we're talking about. And then this, changing the code would make it where within 200 foot of these districts, you could go up to 65 feet and not have to go to the Board of Adjustments. Right above it, that 34.72 square foot. No, it's 25 now. That's why these had to go to the Board of Adjustments. We want to go to 65. So the largest one that's been through the Board of Adjustments is the one for McMahon Auditorium.
Okay, so even our own sign didn't comply, and the Board of Adjustment let us do it.
Correct.
And your point is, if the Board of Adjustment's going to approve them all, we might as
100%
well
of the time, might as well change code, yes.
cut to the chase. Council, you have questions? Okay, let's see. I got to hold a public hearing.
Yes,
Seeing
sir.
no questions, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council. We have a motion for approval, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Mr. Warren.
I have a question. I think I know the answer, but this doesn't affect, in the past, we've had issues with entities wanting to put up an advertising sign like this, but we only allow them to advertise their own entity. They can't sell advertising on that. This doesn't change that, correct?
No, this is only the size of the electronic message centers within 200 foot of these listed zoning districts.
Okay. My only other part, council, and I don't really have a dog in this fight, but, you know, the Board of Adjustments only governs or makes adjustments to code that this council approves. And we're kind of going backwards if we say, well, we've told you to approve these codes, or we've told you to look at these codes, and they just all the time make a variance. So now we're changing our code that we made, which was made for a reason at some point, in order to not have to do variances on what we wanted done to begin with. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody.
No, it does, but I would think, and I get what you're saying, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I do think the times have changed, and electronic signage is the way that everything's going. And even on our beautiful McMahon Auditorium, we upgraded and made that sign even more beautiful and more noticeable and easier to deal with modern technology. So while I don't disagree with anything you've said, I think the times might bring us where we are.
And I will remind you that in code already that currently exists today, there is the dimming requirement. So there is a, you know, they can't be too bright and stuff like that within so many foot candles and so many distances. It depends on the size of the sign. So that's already in code to address some of that.
My only other comment would be that I was just in a town not too long ago. I think it was Loveland, Colorado, maybe. They don't have any signs at all. It has to be no taller than like 8 foot, and it has to be set 20 feet off the curb or something like that. It's really amazing to drive down through there.
Mayor, I'd like to say something.
Yes, Mr. Gill.
That's why I don't live in Colorado.
Did you like signs?
Now, having said that, as we all know, we inherit a lot of codes and ordinances, some before any of us were born, and they don't get changed until the council becomes active. Like last year, all the different ordinances that we did, and I think, as the mayor said, we're way behind the ball on signs because of the new technology and the new things that go on. So I think that's something we really do need to look at. And when those variance committees, they do send it back to us, but there's good judgment. That's why we have those committees there. Or I assume it's good judgment. We generally approve whatever they come up with. So if we don't think it's good judgment, we're looking at ourselves.
All right, well, we either need a motion to
I'll make that
adopt or a motion to reject.
I made that motion to accept it.
Okay.
Change it.
Oh, we already seconded it, didn't we? That's right. Please vote. Oh, we got title. Get after it.
Ready? An ordinance amending electronic message center signs, Section 18-9-1-908, Division 18-9-1, Article 18-9, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, by increasing the maximum sign square footage allowed within 200 feet of an A1 general agricultural, A2 suburban, R1 single-family dwelling, R2 two-family dwelling, R3 multiple-family dwelling, and R4 high-density apartment zoning district, and allowing electronic message center signs to be building mounted, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, now we had another area we have to move some stuff up because they were out of order. So we got to do item 32 before we do 31. Consider holding a public hearing and approve an ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending section 18-11106, division 18-111, article 18-1, section 18-612, 624, division 18-612, article 18-6, and section 18-614, 646, division 18-614, article 18-6, all of chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, by creating a definition for crematorium and allowing crematoriums to be used, permitted on review within a C5 commercial district and a permitted use within a I1 restricted manufacturing warehouse district, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Christie.
Okay. It feels like several months ago now. This gentleman approached us regarding where crematoriums could be, what zoning district they were allowed in. He specifically asked about pet crematoriums. Looking through code, crematoriums as a standalone was not listed as a use, permitted use in any zoning district or use permit on review. They were already in code as a accessory use to a funeral home. So we're not talking about that. We're not changing that. This would be standalone crematoriums by themselves. It did go through to CPC for discussion on March 28th, went back to CPC on May 16th, and they approved that a crematorium, standalone crematorium, could be a permitted use in I1, restricted manufacturing and warehouse district, and then a use permitted on review in a C5 zoning district. So, and that's the proposal here. That is correct.
All right.
Yes,
and
sir.
are you Jeremy Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, what have you got to tell us? And we need your address.
Yeah, address is 3007 Northeast Heritage Lane, Lawton. I guess I don't have a ton to add to what she said, but a couple years ago there was a pet cremation facility in Lawton, and a few years ago they retired and sold their equipment. I didn't know about it. I had used them previously. I had used them for a friend after I had used them for my own pet, and then just found out that they were gone. So when we had an incident, I own a grooming business, when we had an incident where a dog passed away, we had nowhere to guide a military family where to go. They had to take their dog to a facility, whereas if we had somewhere here, they would have been able to do that. Also currently, I don't know how many veterinarians we have in town. We have several. They have to send their euthanasia clients, they have to send their dogs, cats, pets to a place in Oklahoma City or wherever they are contracted to do, because again, there's nowhere local to do that. Talked to one veterinarian, and they're for 1 month, and I don't remember which month this was because it was a while ago, their bill was $6,000. That's one. And all of that money is leaving. It's all going, that's how much they had to pay the crematorium in Moore, or well, Oklahoma City area, this particular one. And all of that money could stay in Lawton. It could be local money. That, and if my dog passes away today and their weekly pickup for that crematorium is yesterday, then I have to wait a whole week before they come down to Lawton, pick up the animal, go back up, process the remains, ship them back, and do all of that. So as a grieving pet parent, my closure is set back and set back and set back. Whereas if we had a place locally, and this is the void that I hope to fill, if we have a place locally, we can do it within days. And I think that'll sell pretty well to the local vets, and eventually we'll probably be overrun with more business than we can handle.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Mayor,
Council, do you have any questions
I
or
do.
comments?
Mayor.
Yes.
where, do you have a location in mind right now? We can't see anything on our agenda here.
Right. We do have a building that we're under contract for pending this approval and then pending the approval for the use permit. And that is, I don't remember the address, but it's 11th and D. It's the old Debbie Dew embroidery building. It's large enough to, it's got a 3,000-foot warehouse and offices up front. So it's large enough for us to do the bare minimum. But if we choose to make it an actual pet funeral home, there's space to do that. One of the places in Oklahoma City does that. And in fact, my partner is in Corpus Christi right now, just toured a facility down there, and they do it. So it's something that I don't know that there's going to be a call for it, but we have the space for it if it's approved.
That's a C5 right now. C5.
Mr. Warren.
And it doesn't have anything to do with this situation, but this definition that we're working on, it's for human and pet, correct? Can we go ahead while we're here and doing this, can we add to that definition alkaline hydrolysis, which the state of Oklahoma approved in 2021, I believe? It's rather than fire oriented, it's liquid oriented, uses an alkaline. It's kind of a up and coming thing with pets and with yeah, either or. It's kind of expensive to get started on it, but I think
you can make that motion.
I would make a motion that we can approve this as written with the addition of including in the definition of cremation or crematorium the function of alkaline hydrolysis.
Is there a second?
I second that.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
Yeah, I'd like
Mr. Hampton.
to clarify one thing. I know you already said this, Christine, but I have constituents that have called me. Crematories at funeral homes are not what we're talking about, and they are grandfathered in, or they can continue doing what they want. And
Yes,
this does
those-
not affect them at all.
Those are already allowed by the current code as an accessory use to funeral homes.
Okay, I just want to have that on the record. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, please read the ordinance.
Mayor.
The motion, I want to clarify, the motion was to waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Did somebody say something? Yes.
Mayor, I don't believe we opened and closed a public hearing on this one.
Okay, we better do that then. Thank you. You're doing good clerk work there. We do good mayor work, you don't have to. Okay, at this time, I've opened the public hearing. Anybody want to come speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Please read the ordinance, or the title.
An ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning amending section 18-1-1-106, division 18-1-1, article 18-1, section 18-6-12-624, division 18-6-12, article 18-6, and section 18-6-14-646, division 18-6-14, article 18-6, all of chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, by creating a definition for crematorium and allowing crematoriums to be a use permitted on review within a C5 general commercial district and a permitted use within an I1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-1.
Mayor, I think the one was an abstention.
Oh, abstention. Okay, state your reason, please.
Conflict of business interest involved here.
Okay, push your
There's a
button.
conflict of business interest and a past history with this industry.
So is that good enough? Okay, all right. Okay, good. Now, I was told 32 had to go before 30. Was that because 30, 31, 33, and 34 are urban renewal? They're all urban renewal. Okay. 30, consider holding a public hearing and approving an ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending section 1812.2, 1232, division 1812.2, article 1812, chapter 18, Lot and City Code 2015, by striking number 39 and modifying the language in number 45 of the mixed-use district permit uses, allowing for floor amendments if necessary, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Christie.
Just for clarification, the first one is the ordinance, which changes actually the city code. And then the 3 following resolutions actually change the plan document. So that's why there's 4.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Cameron Good with the Planning Department. This was requested on January 16th, 2024 by the Lot and Urban Renewal Authority for this change of code to be looked into and brought back to them. It was brought back to them on February 20th, 2024, and they recommended approval of these changes. It was taken to the City Planning Commission where a public hearing was held on May 16th, 2024. They also recommended approval of this code change. The code change would be striking number 39, retail sales and services, and changing number 45 to say Lot and Urban Renewal Authority instead of the Planning Commission. This is a public hearing. The notices were sent out. We received no phone calls for or against this.
Are there any questions? I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? We got a question? Mr. Harris.
Cameron, what's the purpose of this?
This would be so the reason why these were brought back, give a little explanation background. There was an item that came in front of LURA that they recommended denial on. They went through the use permit on review process, which then went to the City Planning Commission and allowed it to be a permitted use. LURA asked us to bring this code change back to this council because they felt that the urban renewal plan, which is governed by the authority, should be the ones to say whether or not a use was permitted or not. And so that would be just the clarity on the language change. And then the retail sales and the retail sales and services was just a very broad term that they didn't feel necessary, which a lot of categories fit into, and that was the argument from the attorneys that the particular item was used, was that it fit under retail sales and services.
Can you give me an example of how this would be affected by?
Yeah, so a particular use wanted to go into the downtown area that didn't necessarily, wasn't specifically listed in the urban renewal plan, would then fall under number 45, which it would then go to the Lot and Urban Renewal Authority as a use permit on review step, rather than right now it goes to the Planning Commission for them to determine whether or not it is a permitted use.
At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Okay, my deal on this is in July of 22, the then whatever we call that person over there. I'm going to call him a planning director, but I don't think that's their official title. Brought some items that we voted on, and I don't believe we knew what we were voting on. And I don't believe it was disclosed to us that we were changing the review process from the Board of Adjustment to no review, that the urban renewal was the final say. All of this came to light on the car wash down here that you were talking about. And the frustrating part for me was, here we have an appointed body that has ultimate authority to say no, and the council can't do anything about it. Now, we have that situation with the Board of Adjustment too, but that's a statutory board, and there's even relief from what they say, but it's with the district court. It's not with the council. So I really feel like what I want to do is understand this better, or go back and rescind the resolutions and put it back at the Board of Adjustment where it was for years, since 1968. I'm guessing at that date, but I think I'm pretty close. And when we changed it, we created a mess. Nobody yet has told me why we changed it, except Urban Renewal didn't want the Board of Adjustment reversing them. We see the Board of Adjustment does that often, but they have to answer 4 questions in order to do it. So we've held our public hearing, and we've got a few more public hearings to hold on this basically same group of items, but I'm not satisfied that ultimate authority needs to lay with Urban Renewal. Now, I'll open that up for discussion. Don't everybody discuss once. Oh, Mr. Warren.
Well, I would just say I don't like anybody having the ultimate authority other than this board here. This group is voted by the citizens. Our other entities are all appointed. If there is regress, if there is, then yeah, the other goes to district court. But I don't think anyone other than the council should have the final word except a court of law, because the citizens can't be heard by a group in a room that has final authority that, you know, may or may not do what's in the best interest of the citizens.
Mr. Gill.
I just wanted to mention that I really sit here on this council to present and to promote the free enterprise, capitalism. That's how our town grows. That's how people make a living. And if we're going to take that right away from people on a group of people that they're not elected to office, that's exactly what I was going to say. So I think that we're taking the representation of not only the people that want to put a business in, also away from those people that it might service. So I definitely think that, as Councilman Warren said, that the decision to approve or disapprove a business in the city limits needs to come before the elected officials, which would be the council.
Just a minute. Mr. Hampton.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor. I want to throw in support. You know, in these United States, the formation of government is representation, and that representation means that citizens have full access to be able to voice their opinion and have somebody be their spokesman to voice, especially in a local municipality where things that change affect people's personal lives directly. And I think that with that said, as it's already been said here, the final say is the citizens. And the representation of the citizens is this board of people that they elected. And with that said, that they should have the ultimate say and have the ultimate ability and privilege to be represented. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Christie.
If it's council's desire, we could draft a code to bring back that the council be the appeal body for LURA action. I believe that was done historically and the authority denied that, but we could try that again.
So I don't think we have to do that.
Okay.
I think all we have to do is rescind what we passed in July of 2022, because we did not have accurate information. We did not have all the information. It was not presented to us in a transparent way of what we were doing. And I think all we have to do, and I'd like a legal opinion on this, is rescind the resolution. And we put it right back where it was. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so we got to figure that out. But we asked the Board of Adjustment, am I right? If we could change it back, and they didn't want to. Is that right? I mean, not Board of Adjustment, Urban Renewal.
Okay, so this was all changed under even before I took over as community services. It was.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes,
that.
it was prior to me. She's no longer here. We took it, the change was put in because we were trying to make it more open for business, because there was no appeal process. If it was determined that it wasn't similar to anything, then it just was not similar to anything.
Are you referring to this change, or are you referring to the change in 22?
The change in 22. So we actually allowed, so for the car wash, for example, that gave them a path to go to CPC, because it goes to City Planning Commission. It gave them a path to go forward and to try and become a similar use or find something like that.
No, what happened was the code was written so if it was approved, it went to CPC. If it was denied by Urban Renewal, it was dead.
Right. But it went to CPC, and the CPC found it to be similar in nature. So there was a step missed.
Wait a minute. It went to CPC through an end-around run because somebody found some contradiction in code and got an end-around run to get it to CPC. The Urban Renewal wanted it dead.
Yes, Urban Renewal said, no, it's not similar, they were not gonna approve it as a use to be located in that location. But we discovered there was language that said that CPC could determine if it was similar in nature, then CPC would be the final say on that.
So what I'd like to do is table this and direct the city attorney to give us a legal opinion on what would happen if we rescinded the resolutions that we passed in July of 22, and if that is a dead end for us, to guide us through the process to restore what we had. Somebody want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
I second.
Okay, Mr. Gill made that motion. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, item 31, consider holding a public hearing and approve a resolution pertaining to amendment number 5 to the D6 Urban Renewal Plan by striking number 39 and modifying the language in number 45 of the mixed-use district permitted uses, allowing for floor amendments if necessary and establishing effective date. Christie.
So what do you want to do? Do you want to just strike these next three, or do you want to table?
No, I
all
want to
three?
have the public hearings.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I'm opening the public hearing at this time. If you want to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Okay, there was something I forgot to bring up. I also think that our downtown urban renewal plan is 30 years old and needs to be looked at, because I don't think it's working. And boy, we are holding everybody's feet to the fire on it. And I think, I'd like to know from the city attorney, what is the process to get urban renewal to review the downtown plan? And I don't know what we need to do. Let's table it, awaiting further guidance. Somebody make that motion.
Mayor.
I have a motion and a second to table, awaiting further guidance.
The urban renewal plan does expire in 2030, I believe, and then it has to go back out for another vote of the people to extend it.
Really?
Yes.
So we present a plan to the people and the people vote on it?
Yes.
So maybe something we just may have to wait on all to read.
Okay, well, we'll learn more about it. We're tabling this while waiting further guidance. Let's vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can still.
So I'd like to read that.
Okay.
I mean, we can still keep back where we were on that.
We're voting to table, awaiting further guidance.
We're one short. Oh, he's.
Oh, Kelly's gone. Okay. Motion. Do you want to vote on this since you weren't here?
Yes, I'll vote this.
Okay, push the button.
It's already closed, but I can take a verbal vote from you.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 33. Consider hold a public hearing and approve a resolution pertaining to amendment number 3 to the Civic Center Urban Renewal Plan by striking number 39 and modifying the language in number 45 of the mixed-use district permitted uses, allowing for floor amendments if necessary, and establishing an effective date. At this time, I open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to table, awaiting further guidance?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 34, consider holding a public hearing and approving a resolution pertaining to amendment number 7 to the Downtown 1 Urban Renewal Plan by striking number 39 and modifying the language in number 45 of the mixed-use district permitted uses, allowing for 4 amendments if necessary, and establishing an effective date. At this time, I open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak, please come at this time. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to table, awaiting further guidance?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. All right. Now we move on to some D&Ds. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 508 Northwest 2nd Street, 809 Southwest 4th Street, 911 West Gore Boulevard, 1545 Northwest 43rd Street, 1702 Northwest NH Jones Avenue, 1710 Southwest A Avenue, 1734 Southwest 12th Street, 2501 Southwest Sheridan Road secondary structure, 2502 Southwest I Avenue, 2606 Southwest G Avenue, 2612 Southwest G Avenue to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Josh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. All right, 508 Northwest 2nd Street, no active water account found. This property was originally brought to council August 16th of 2022. We are nearing the statute of limitations, so we are bringing it back. So the 2 years is almost up. All right, we do have broken and boarded up windows, as well as the door. The securing for the door coming off. Unsecured side doors, damaged siding, the siding coming off of the property.
Mayor,
So we're trying to figure out, did you say we passed this 2 years ago, but we're ending the statute of limitations?
Mayor, it was initially put on the D&D list in August of '22. What Josh said was, we're nearing by policy, we have a 2-year limitation once it's placed on the D&D list. So that is what Josh is referring to. It's getting close to that 2-year period of being over. So at an abundance of caution, he's bringing it forward for council to consider again.
Okay, so the council did put it on the D&D list. Why was it not torn down?
That's a good question, Josh.
That's not a question that I can answer. I just know that it was brought to my attention to bring it back to council, and being that it did come to council in August of 2022, we would still have to, because it's commercial property, send it out for asbestos testing. And with the state being behind, it could take more than, the
So
rest of the
somewhere
month
fell
allotted.
through the cracks, I guess. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so we do have damaged trim. Siding missing on the awnings, the awnings outside, the covers, more siding damage. Missing siding damage, and there's also a beam coming down with a hole in the roof area. It's a larger view of the property, posted on his property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 508 Northwest 2nd Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council.
Yeah, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up 809 Southwest 4th Street. Josh.
All right, 809 Southwest 4th Street, inactive water account since 2016. As you see at the front of this property, the overgrown vegetation. We do have siding damage as well as damage to the trim. Rotted window sills and more siding damage. The corner siding damage as well. The roof awning to the back, the side door of the house. And more siding damage. There's also a hole right near that middle window. Posted on this property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 809 Southwest 4th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council.
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up 911 West Gore Boulevard. Josh.
Okay, 911 West Gore Boulevard. We do have, inactive water count since 2014. Overgrown vegetation in front of that property as well, sitting right off of Gore Boulevard. We do have damaged porch awning, broken upstairs window, damage to the trim and soffit. We do have this gap going above the air conditioner inside of the residence, and this whole big hole cut out in the side, the back side of the property. Siding damage, rotted window sills, damaged corner trim, and butt rot. It does have a secondary structure on this property, which is a very nice red barn. Posted on this property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 911 West Gore Boulevard, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Give us your name and phone number, please.
My name is Louis Trevino. My address, my phone number, you said, sir? Oh, it says 1642 Northwest 27th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma. I'm wanting to fix it up. I already have the windows. They're actually in the house, ready to be put in. I've just had some other issues with family, and that's why it's in the state it is right now. I've been wanting to fix it up for a couple of years now. I put a new roof on it. Right now, it's just the reason it's been so long for me to get it fixed up is because of finances.
Okay, yeah. So the way this works, of course, our job is protecting public safety, right? And,
yeah.
And the way this works is the council's probably going to put it on the D&D list. And then you have 6 weeks, 30 business days is 6 weeks, to pull a permit, a remodel permit. Then you have to show progress every month, or is that right? And you have to have your work completed when?
So what we can do is, for every 30 days, he can, reapply for a permit, and after 6 months, he can come back, and we'll bring it back to council to show the process that he's making on, the progress that he's making on the house with the repairs.
And you make a new recommendation to council at that time based upon whether he has real effort to change it, right?
Correct.
All right. So do you understand that, sir?
So I get a building permit.
You get a remodel permit from these guys, and they'll work with you and help you through that process. And of course, you got to go through all the inspections and that stuff. But if you want to fix it up, that's the way it'll go. Okay?
Okay, so I just talked to these gentlemen here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Council, did you have any questions for the gentleman?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand that basically what this is doing, we're taking a lot of the properties, and mind you, this house being in Old Town North, I appreciate you fixing this up. Historic, it's got historical value, but you have to show improvement every 30 days, and that you'll work with him on that. So basically, you're getting a permit and you're showing due diligence that you're going to repair this house and bring it up to a livable state. Is that clear? Yeah. I kind of felt like you really didn't understand what the process was.
What's the definition of the?
Yeah, they'll let you know all the details. I just want to make sure you understand. You have to make sure that you stay in contact with them and show that you're making improvements, and they'll kind of work with you. That's what the mayor was saying. They'll work with you on that. Okay, I just want to be clear. And just because we put it on the D&D doesn't mean that we're going to come out and just tear that down. But you have to stay in contact with them. It's really important. Okay.
Is there anyone else that would like to come and speak on this address? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second? Do we have a second? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up 1545 Northwest 43rd Street. Josh?
Okay, 1545 Northwest 43rd Street, inactive water account since 2022. We do have a broken front door window, as well as roof damage to the soffits and trim, as well as by the front window. More soffit damage. We do have a hole in the garage door. View from the back side of the house, more roof damage, as well as the decking in the back. We do have also broken windows and back doors. And then the soffit that's not there anymore as well in this part. Posted on this property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1545 Northwest 43rd Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, we'll need your name and address. I've seen you sitting back there waiting.
All day.
Yeah.
I'm Christine Moore. I live at 1314 Southwest D. I am this owner's property manager. He bought like 35 properties. I've never seen this property. I've never been in this property. He called me Friday to let me know he got this. Yay to property management. But, so I sent him some roofers. He did get the foundation fixed as far as I know. I will be going tomorrow to take my own pictures to send to him. He does want a roofer. I heard the explanation to the other gentleman of what needs to be done, so I will lay that out to him. But he is trying to put it back together.
And it looks like something that could be salvaged, but my
Yes.
guess is they're going to put it on the D&D because we're really trying to clean up and
I've
safen up
seen
these
it, and that's
neighborhoods. So,
awesome.
all right?
Yes, I got that.
All right, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and speak on this address? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second? Do you have a second? Please vote. Oh, discussion or debate? Please vote.
I'm losing my voice.
One more. Who didn't vote? There we go. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up 1702 Southwest NH Jones Avenue. Josh.
I don't know where that first picture went. Sorry about that. 1702 Southwest NH Jones Avenue, inactive, or was unable to find an active water account. This is going to be the old Dunbar School, which was originally brought to council January 18th of 2022. So we have passed the 2 years on this. We do have the quote for the proposal for the asbestos testing. So we're bringing it back to council so we can get that started and take things further along. But as you see on the property, we do have broken windows, damaged trim, missing soffit, graffiti, and all the other stuff. Everything else except for the graffiti goes all around the property. The missing soffits, the broken windows. Did post on this property May 15, 2024. There it is. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mayor,
Yes.
when my husband Tom brought me to Lawton after graduating from OSU, Dunbar School in September of 1967 was my very first teaching job as a substitute there, and I have fond memories of this school.
And was that the extent of your?
What was
You
the-
hate. I guess your point is you hate
What
to
was
see
the
it.
bid on the asbestos? And was it just friable, the flooring? Just
For
flooring?
the asbestos testing was $11,500.
Just for the testing?
Correct. And then after they get through with the asbestos testing, they'll come back and give us a price for the actual demolition. I'd actually have to go through this. I have this paper here if you need a copy of it.
Mayor. Did we put this on D&D before?
Correct.
I think that we had put it on D&D before, and I guess this is another one of the kind of quasi-commercial buildings that's running out of the statute of limitations, and that's why we bring this back.
Correct. Yeah, it was brought to council originally January 18th of 22.
Right, and so the process part of it is, I'm sure that we don't have to put as much money in some of the buildings we demo, but this one's going to take some cash. Do we have a total amount on that?
Not yet, not until after the asbestos testing is done.
Will you give us an update on that at some point? Obviously, there's been people trying to put money into this to fix it up, but it certainly is a community keepsake, especially the black community. So if you give us an update on that, I appreciate it.
Definitely.
And Councilman Hampton, I think that was part of the delay here. When council originally put this on the D&D list, there were some historic preservation overtures that were made. Unfortunately, I don't think any of those ever panned out or came to fruition, so that's why it's being brought back. But there was a concerted effort to save it initially, which is, at least a partial explanation as to why it's been out there for so long.
Yeah. One quick. I was just go ahead. I was just most of the properties we have if there's an owner there, then there's an owner there, and they can come and pull the permits and all of that. This is a different situation where there's really not an owner is there.
It's school land, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, there's not anyone here that can say, hey, I'll pull the permit every 30 days. So it's outside of that process. So that was one of the reasons that I was looking at that update. It is for sure, and I don't think that we really checked on. I can't remember if we checked on the ability to get any historic preservation money on this, but I can bring that up to the CPC as we move forward on this.
It is privately owned. Yes, it was sold probably I want to say about 10 years or so ago.
Yeah, who owns it, Charlotte? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can.
Can we find that out, or?
Yeah, we can.
Is it an organization that owns it, or a individual?
I think it's an organization actually that bought it. I remember when I first started for the city almost 15 and a half years ago, they were out there trying to do electrical work, and many times during the years we've had to run people off because they were living in there, walking around with no shoes, and trying to fix it up as they went, and but nobody ever pulled permits or
There has
anything
been
on
some
it.
concerted efforts, probably Councilwoman Williams may be more aware of it, but there's been some concerted efforts with some prominent people in town that have went in there to try to fix that, and ran into the asbestos problem, ran into other issues that were so expensive that it was very difficult. But as the historical guy, I think I would be remiss if I did not take a look at some of the things, and I'll check with that. I know we need to move forward on this. I don't have a problem with that, but because we have been engaged on this piece of property for many years. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
I spoke with it's a nonprofit organization that presently owns this property. Also, this is the first school that I went to. Went to this school through my 4th grade year. It'd just be very difficult for me to put it on the D&D list.
Council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Need 2 more votes. Motion 8-0, or motion carries 8-0. Bringing up 1710 Southwest A Avenue.
There we go. 1710 Southwest A Avenue. Inactive water account since 2019, a fire date of March 19, 2023, as well as November 19th of 2023. As you see, we did have the fire damage come out through the front of the house, the melted siding, view from the side/back of the house that also has fire damage. Another view from the back. The melted siding as well is still on the back of that side of the house. We do have a view of the charred insides from the back window. Broken windows, and view from the top of the house as well that has more melted siding. Posted on this property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1710 Southwest A Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Yeah, yes, Mayor. I had one question. That house that's right next to it, there were a bunch of vagrants and a bunch of tents and stuff in that backyard. I noticed that they're gone, and I noticed he's working on that house, so he's been in contact with you. they were kind of over on this area too. There's just a lot of homeless people in this corner right here, but they haven't been occupying that and moved. All those homeless people have moved somewhere else. Then I guess, right?
I guess so. There was still one guy in the house when we were out there taking these pictures, but
This house right here.
correct. But on the 1708, it was nobody over there.
Okay, all right, thank you. I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Motion carries 8-0, bringing up 1734 Southwest 12th Street.
Okay, 1734 Southwest 12th Street. There was no water account found on this property. We do have siding damage over here by the front door, as well as all through the front side of the house. As you can see, it's warped as well. Siding damage on the side of the house, soffit damage. Unsecured door, there's going to be 2 of those on the back side of the house. The doors were kicked in. And this part of the siding right here, as you see, it goes into the structure. Posted on this property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1734 Southwest 12th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, and we need your name and address, please.
My name is Aviva Harvey. My address is 20 Northwest 24th Street. I am representing Salt of the Earth Ministries on this. We were just given this property within this year. I did drive by there today and did speak to the pastor. He says some shingles have been changed and they have fixed and boarded up on the back of it since then. I did not get out to check it today, but I did drive by the front of it. So we just acquired this apartment, this property.
Council, do you have any questions?
What do you want to do with this property?
The intent is for us to go in and fix it up and add it to our rental properties that we have as a ministry. Also maybe a property that we use for someone who needs temporary assistance to live somewhere. So that's the goal for the property.
You do intend to fix it up?
Yes.
And
we
you
do.
did hear our process, right? We give you time to fix it up, and you just have to follow a process and be making real progress. You get all that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I understand.
All right. Do you have anything else we need to know?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I hear a second? I do have a second. Please vote. Okay, 7-0 passes. Bringing up 2501 Southwest Sheridan Road, secondary structure. Josh.
The 2501 Southwest Sheridan Road, inactive water account since 2010. Like as you said, it is a secondary structure. There is roof damage, front siding damage, as well as damage to the porch area decking, damaged trim, damaged the back door damage, as you see the siding, as well as the rotted trim. View from the back side of the house with more roof damage, missing siding or missing trim, and we have damaged corner trim. Posted on this property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2501 Southwest Sheridan Road, secondary structure. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, we need your name and address.
My name is Karen Prestige. I live at 2321
Southwest Texas Avenue. And I own, I don't know, 53 acres right there. And this is on my property. And I was surprised I got this because I'd already hired a contractor. In fact, he was supposed to start on my properties last week. So I called the number and I say, well, I already got a contractor. We're going to do the roof. He's going to take that debris off the patio there. That middle place where the awning is hanging down, that is just a porch. My cousin lived there, and he added that deck out in the front and that cement because he wanted to keep his motorcycle on the porch. And then he put in that front.
Okay, we're going to let you deal with those details.
I know, but the thing is, I use that for storage only. That's all I've ever used it for. I had my cousin was living there, and then my sister lived there briefly. And since then, all I use it for is storage. That's all I'm ever going to use it for. And I probably only want to use it another 2 or 3 years for storage. I was going to have a new roof put on it. He was going to fix all the trim work on it. I've replaced the windows over the years on the north side and part of the back side. Do I need to replace the windows on the other side and part of the back? Yes. But I'm like a sole person for that whole 53 acres, and I have a lot of structures and I do a lot. So, you know, this year, in fact, I've been trying to find a roofer since the storm damage, June 15th of last summer, and that like wrapped up that roof, right? So, you know, I don't feel like I need to be on any list. I mean, if anybody comes out and look at my property, they see I take care of it. You can see I'd already trimmed back all the trees getting ready for the roofer. And yes, the awning fell behind that built-in there, but my roofer said he'd take that too. So, you know, my time is very limited, and I don't want to be limited by all this.
The council will decide if you're going to be on the list. Do you have anything else you want to tell us?
No.
I think we understand. I think you've heard the plan, and I'm sure these guys can help you get to the place that it can get off of the list. That's the goal.
I mean,
To get off the list.
Well, the thing is after 2 or 3 years, I'm going to give that. It was moved in there probably before I was born. It's still sturdy enough to be moved out, and I'm going to donate it to somebody.
People must be complaining, or people must be breaking in. Those are the two things that get it to the council.
People have been trying to buy my property for a while, and they don't give me a dime for the dollar I have in it. But I'm thinking this is some kind of ploy, because nobody lives across the street. Nobody lives within a block of that.
Okay.
Nobody belongs on that property but me.
Okay.
So who's concerned? Who's more
Council,
concerned
do you have
than
any
me?
questions for the citizen? Okay, thank you for coming, ma'am. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this item? I'm closing the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring a structure on a property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof and set forth in the resolution.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up 2502 Southwest I Avenue. Josh?
All right, 2502 Southwest I Avenue, inactive water account since 2012. This is a secondary structure garage where there's no livable dwelling on the property. As you see, we do have trim damage, trim and siding damage. More trim damage on the side of the house. Broken window and more missing trim. This is a property that has been fenced in by the vagrants that are living on it with a privacy fence, and it's our first time being on the property. And we do have more siding damage and a hole in the siding. More butt rot on the side of the house. Posted on this property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2502 Southwest I Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council.
Josh, I'll tell you what, when I looked at the pictures of this, I thought, which one of these is that on I? Because I have like 3 or 4 places over there that have this much junk and debris that are over there on that area. So
Just look for the motorcycle on the
and
road.
that burnt blue house is still there.
You own those?
Well, I don't. I'm embarrassed to say, but no. That whole portion of I Avenue is just really. I don't know. The people that collect this stuff are just rampant on that street. But anyways, I appreciate you taking care of this one, and I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Discussion or debate? Mr. Harris.
Josh said, this wasn't like this 2 years ago, was it? There used to be like a trailer right next to that garage. Is that still there?
There was something right next
It's
to
like a
that garage.
refrigerator unit.
Correct, and that caught fire, and then ever since then, I think it was maybe less than a year later, vagrants started moving in, fencing went up out of nowhere, and
And the fencing alone is a violation because it shuts off the site triangle around. And then I drove by yesterday, and there's a pile of bicycles outside, which I'm sure were bought honestly and fairly. And
of course.
So I think, yeah, and they were of good character. So is there somebody living in it?
So when we went to post the property, there was a female there who said that the owner of the property was in jail. Asked her the name. It wasn't the owner. We've tried to reach out to the owner a few times for the fencing and everything else, but there's just vagrants.
So
living in
basically
there.
squatters.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Let's vote.
Okay.
Motion carries 8-0, bringing up 2606 Southwest G Avenue. Josh.
Okay, 2606 Southwest G Avenue, inactive water account since 2013. Broken window and trim, missing siding, butt rot, more damaged siding and butt rot, missing trim, and damaged trim. We have damaged trim and the backside of the house where you have siding damage, broken windows, and more butt rot to the backside of the house, as well as the side. Posted on this property May 15th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2606 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. And sir, we'll need your name and address, please.
My name's David Preston, 162 Northwest 36th Street. The yard's in good shape, though. What we're going to do is we've evaluated fixing it up and probably getting a sea-level renter in it and not making it worth our while, so we're going to take it down.
You're going to tear it down yourself. Okay, so we're probably going to go ahead and put it on the D&D. I don't
figured
know
that.
till they vote, but you can save yourself a lot of money doing that, and I think they give you a discount at the landfill, right? Okay, thank you for coming.
You bet.
Is anyone else that'd like to speak on this item? I will close the public hearing. Council?
I would say that as I was going around this morning taking a look at these properties, it was hard to tell because he has kept the yard and everything looking very, very well and very manicured. But in that event that they're tearing it down, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second?
Yes.
We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Is this the current vote? I wasn't paying attention. 8-0.
It is current.
Motion carries. 2612 Southwest G Avenue. Josh.
right, 2612 Southwest G Avenue, inactive water account since 2009. We do have damage to the porch awning as well as the roofing of the awning. Damaged siding to the side of the property as well as roof damage. View from the other side of the house of the roof damage, damaged siding, and a further away view of the roof damage. Do have a secondary structure on this property. Posted on the property May 15, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2612 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, and we'll need your name and address.
Name, Ramonda Bruno. The address is incorrect on this house here. That's really 2612 and a half. The house next door to it is 2612 because the other one is 2614G. I have a letter between the man who did own the house and my mom, and they were supposed to make a deal. Both of them got dementia, both got put in a nursing home. The man passed away. I've been trying to work with the Arizona department. They said take pictures, show them where I paid the taxes on the last 15 years on it, kept the yard maintained and everything, and then they said they would give us the deed to that house. Then we can find a way to get it torn down.
Okay, since we don't have the address right.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I would assume that the address is incorrect on the resolution, so I would just ask to table this item until next meeting, because that's probably insufficient notice if we didn't get the address correct.
Okay, then we're just going to take no action and let them start over. How's that?
That'll work?
Well,
Or
the resolution is incorrect.
The resolution is incorrect? Okay, so it's incorrect.
Looking at the Calvin County records, and we also did get with legal. They said that the half was fine to not be on there because the county records did show that it was just 2612 Southwest G.
It is a half.
Well,
okay, well, maybe we could approve it subject to legal's further investigation.
Is there another address
No.
of 2612?
This is 2612. I've been there for 60 years. This is 2612, this is 2612 and a half.
Yeah, if there's a 2612, then we need to move it.
There are
All
two
right.
2612s.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
So
I'm
what's
closing the
gonna go
public hearing. We're going to start over, and that finishes up item 35. Everybody good? Okay. Item 37, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to buildings, construct. By the way, y'all want a break, you're going to have to pick up the pace. Okay? I'm trying to figure out how to cut the chatter. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing by amending Section 611102, Division 611, Article 61, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by correcting the code section for the conformance section of the amended 2015 International Building Code, providing for said building and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
I will be really, really quick. All of this does is changes section 107.4.1 in chapter 6 to be 107.4.1, and it's created instead of amending an existing code. So what was done when this code was passed back in July, it amended another piece of code in the 2015 IBC that we still needed to maintain. So all we're doing is just adding that .1.
Okay,
on
so
there.
you're just, it's housekeeping.
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't change any language of the code.
Okay. Any questions? Short questions?
No, I can make a short statement.
Okay.
Short statement. This is something we passed. It's a good deal. It's a true north statement that we did on some of the codes, so I recommend this.
Well, make a motion.
Yeah, I forgot something. I'll make a motion that we pass this, read the title only.
And okay, motion is second. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing by amending Section 6-1-1-102, Division 6-1-1, Article 6-1, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by correcting the code section for the conformance section of the amended 2015 International Building Code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 39. Discuss council policy 3-5, elect officials and employee interaction and take action as necessary. Council, I need to pull this up real quick. Give me just a second. What was that, 39?
Yes.
All right, so this was put on here by Mr. Warren and myself, actually, along with the city manager. And the reason is that, you know, we're in a situation that we haven't been in a very long time. And that is, we have I probably shouldn't have set that up this way, but I already did, so I'm going to go ahead and say, we have a city manager that respects elected officials. And I appreciate that. And by the same token, we need to respect the city manager and his authority over what he's in charge of. Now, I've got a goal. I believe Randy shares this goal. I believe John shares the goal of being an example to the state of how the mayor, council, city manager relationship is supposed to work. And it's worked great for the last year, but we have some, I'm trying to think of a nice word, meddling. Can I use meddling?
Sure.
And we've got elected officials going directly to department heads and cutting the city manager out. Now, the way I deal with that is I either go through the city manager or copy him on everything I do and make sure I'm not giving direction in anything I do. I was excited, one deal I sent this weekend, he'd already addressed before I sent the email. So I thought that was pretty good. I love that. But we've got to respect our city manager if we're going to have a good long-term relationship and continue the great progress that we've had over the last year. Mr. Warren, what do you have to say?
I'm going to try to be careful and make it not sound the way it's going to sound, but I don't think I can. I've been working with 6, 7 city managers maybe, and in all that time, and I'm not holding myself up as an example, but in all that time, I don't know that I've ever gone to an employee at the city of Lawton and asked them, told them to do anything, asked them a question. It puts the employee in a really, really awkward situation. Everything I do, I send through the city manager because ultimately he's the one that works for us. And if that thing, whatever it is, doesn't get done, that's his problem. He's the one that's going to be in executive session answering for that. You know, it's not fair to him for us to go to an employee and say, hey, you need to, I don't know what, make something up, stripe this road or whatever. And then it doesn't get done and we get mad and we're mad at the employee, or the employee does that out of sequence and John's mad because, or the city manager, whoever that is mad because this employee did something that they weren't really supposed to do. It's not fair to anybody in the whole situation. Not to mention the time that's taken circling back the wagons, because the employee that's really smart isn't going to do what we say. He or she's going to look at us and smile and shake their head, and then they're going to go around to John and say, hey, they want me to do this, and then John has to work the whole deal and figure that out and then try to keep everybody happy. And man, just send an email, John, I got this problem, handle it. And John will handle it, and you get an email back, and everything's happy and copacetic, and we all just move on. And there's the biggest thing for me is there's a record there. Now there's a chain in an email that says, hey, John, I told you there was this problem. Oh, yeah. Or you know, John can follow that down to his employees too. Y'all, it just works so much better. And in the long run, we don't end up in lawsuits. We don't end up with unhappy employees. We don't end up with an unhappy city manager. And we all get to be happy.
I like that part. John?
I appreciate the support. One thing I would add, that there's been a few instances recently where direction has been given to staff, and, you know, like you said, staff they're in an uncomfortable position, and sometimes they just do it, and then we find out about it after the fact, and it actually is counterproductive. And sometimes it will contradict the direction I've given. And so from an efficiency standpoint, that wastes time, it wastes energy, in some cases it will actually waste resources. So I know that there's, you know, this is a very active council. I know that you guys are very much involved in the day-to-day operations of the government, and there's a lot of goodness to that. I mean, that shouldn't always be labeled in a negative light, because I think in many instances it's very positive. But when you're giving direction to individual department heads and it contradicts what I say, then it can really become counterproductive and time consuming, and it just doesn't work well for the efficiency of the government. So that's the one thing I would add.
I think the other thing that can be done, I've got a meeting coming up that was talked about, has to do with sidewalks. And so when we sent out the meeting invite, I made sure John was invited. And if John wants to send Dwayne, he can, or whoever he wants to, but he can get a report on what's done in that meeting and what's said. If he can't attend, I hope he can. But I just think we need to tread lightly. Now, also, does anybody want to comment on that?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, Mr. Hampton.
I want to say this to you, John. I do been in the military and whatnot. I do want to say that I am fully aware of the fact that you're building the team, and the team is your employees and whatnot, and their morale, whether it's good stuff you're doing to give them an award, or on the other end having to discipline somebody. I'm not really that aware of that, and I want to let you know that I do respect the fact that you have to deal with your employees, and I don't know where you're at with them, whether they're doing their job or they're not, and people have personal problems and all of that, and I know you're dealing with a lot of other issues that just outside of what we want done. And so I want to let you know that I respect that, and there's most of us on the council do understand that, and we do want to stay out of your way. And I want to say to you directly, if there's any time that I've kind of out of my lane, whether because I'm emotional or whatever, you feel free to tell me, okay? but be gentle, okay? I appreciate what you're doing, John.
No, I appreciate that, because every now and then, I mean, we're human, and we're going to cross the line a little bit, and emotions get involved, and I've given John permission, as you just did, to tell me if I cross the line. Just tell me.
Alan, just pray about it.
One other real quick thing, and this is really the most important part of that whole deal, and I didn't mention it, is it's a violation of the charter. I mean, that's the important, I mean, it's really well defined in the charter what is our responsibility and what isn't. Absolutely. And when you violate the charter, you move into a whole different territory. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, we also have for the city attorney.
What's that?
Item 2 needs to be updated to include our liaison and clerk. Okay, and since we're having this do better talk, it's not exactly a come to Jesus meeting, it's just a do better talk, okay? We need to quit fighting over the microphone. You're supposed to wait until you're acknowledged.
I think I got my point across. Item 40, nobody wanted to take action on that, did they? Item 40, discuss changing the time of the regularly scheduled city council meetings from 2 p.m. on the second and fourth Tuesday of every month to 6 p.m. on the second and fourth Tuesday of every month, and take action as deemed necessary. I'm going to let, since I led that one off, I'm going to let Mr. Warren lead this one off.
Council, there's multiple reasons for this too in my vision. One of them, quite frankly, is a number of keyboard warriors, trolls, whatever you want to call them, on Facebook that constantly post about how horrible it is that we have meetings at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when nobody can show up and we're doing all this stuff behind closed doors. And you know what? That's not really true, because what people don't realize is that when we have meetings at 6 o'clock in the evening, there's a whole gambit of people out there that can't come to those meetings. There's people that work at the hospital, there's people that work at Goodyear, there's people that work all over town that aren't able to come to those meetings. So that's not a good excuse for whining and crying on Facebook. But I think it would be interesting for us to change back and go to 6 o'clock and see if we get more people here. And you know what? If we get more people here after a year, great. I think we should just leave it that way. But if at the end of a year we haven't gotten more people, then maybe we go back to 2 o'clock, because there was a reason that we did that. It wasn't for any of those reasons that you'll see on Facebook. It was because we have employees that have to be here. And if they have to be here because they work here and there's a council meeting, we kill two birds with one stone. If they have to be here, that's a time away from their family if they don't get paid for overtime. And if they do get paid for overtime, we have to pay them extra to be here, so that you can sit on Facebook and complain about the fact that nobody gets to come to the meeting, when, as a general rule, truthfully, the same people are here during the day that I used to see in the evenings. We don't get any more, we don't get any less. And, you know, hopefully, if this council sees fit to change it, hopefully we'll get a lot more people to show up. And because that's the important thing. I mean, I'd be happy if this place was full. I just don't see that happening. But I would definitely support doing that if the council wanted to.
All right, and the reason I wanted to be a part of putting this on there has to do with opening up for people to run for office. Absolutely, it affects individuals that might or might not run for office, or at least that's what they tell me. So I'm really interested to see if it makes a difference. I will say Oklahoma City has their meetings at 8:30 in the morning. And also, I want to throw this in. It would be 10:20 right now if we'd have started at 6 o'clock. And we still aren't through, and we still haven't been to executive session. And I'm hoping that our meetings go faster, because if at 11, we have to come back out here and vote whether we're going to go to midnight, and we can't go past midnight. So what's my point in that? I'm going to look straight ahead while I say this. We need to talk a little bit less. All right, now who wants to talk?
Amen, brother.
Mr. Hampton.
Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Chapman.
Thank you.
Ooh, you got that microphone.
I know. I was having trouble getting it. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding.
I can understand the reasons I'm hearing from both of you, but I was thinking and looking at that clock when we were doing the D&D, those people would be here at 9:15 at night. And I don't know about you, but I'm wondering what would be the cost to the city also to pay the staff. I question if the staff wants to be away from their home and their families 2 Tuesdays a month. That is a concern for me too, with them working all day long. I am not in favor of moving to 6 o'clock for the reasons of just being so late and going home so late.
All right, thank you. Yes, City Manager.
Mayor, I know that there's some competing equities here. So there's the, the concerns that the citizens have raised. There's concerns about opening up more potential individuals that will file and actively campaign for office if the meetings are moved back. But I would certainly be remiss if I didn't mention the staff equity here, as Ms. Chapman already did. I think that, for the staff, it would be difficult to move it to 6 because people are away from their families. They're going to be guaranteed to be away from them 2 nights a month. Many staff members have young families, so you're taking away opportunities for them to, watch their kids play sports or, be involved in their after-school activities. And that is certainly a morale, quality of life issue for the staff that I think would be difficult. And then the other thing that I would add is we've recently, we've had a couple of public hearings at 6 p.m. And those have been somewhat attended, but I wouldn't say there's been a huge or a vast difference between the number of people that showed up to those hearings to what was present here at the beginning of this meeting. So I'm not so sure that you would see increased participation at 6 p.m. because I think a lot of people are looking for something to complain about. I don't know. I just want to make sure that I'm advocating for the staff here. So
Okay, and I appreciate you bringing that up. The charter says that we are to consider the convenience of the public. It doesn't say we're to consider ourselves or the staff. And that's unfortunate, isn't it? But if you want to apply the True North statement, I think we have to think about the convenience of the citizens, not to mention it's in the charter. Now, I'm going to be here whenever we do this. I can do it during the day, I can do it at night. So, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank God for patience. Donald, we have a lot of special meetings. Do you know about how many special meetings we had last year?
For 2023, we had 21 special meetings.
21 special meetings, and I'm thinking that this agenda item was just for the regular scheduled meetings, is what I read on the agenda items. But I think that you're looking at if it were 24, that would be 2 extra meetings a month that we were averaging last year, which would basically be 4 meetings a month and moving towards a week. That I agree with John that the staff would be here. I want to just say from experience, before I ran for office, I came to, my wife and I came to every council meeting for, I can't remember how many years it was. I'm getting old now, but it was for years, like 4 years, or I want to say 6. But we came to every meeting, and I stayed till the very end on every one of those meetings. And people do attend the meetings, but they attended for what they want to attend it for, and they leave. And by the time we get out of council, out of executive session, there's usually nobody here. There's usually nobody here but me. And with that said, I do think that there is an importance for the quality of life, the morale of the staff. And somebody had told me one time, well, we're doing this because we have to pay those staff members that are here. But they're on salary. So whether they're here early, whether they're here late, they're on salary. And one of the problems with salary is the extra time that they put in, they don't get paid for. If they were punching the clock, they'd get paid for that. But they don't get paid anything extra. And contrary to popular belief, I don't know who the long-winded people are on this council, but somebody, I said, who the long-winded people, who the long-winded people on this council, but whoever they are, they do keep these meetings long. And I'm not sure they're going to get shorter. But with that said, I want to support it to say, hey, yeah, give time for people to come, and as the charter says, give people opportunity to come here. But we are on Facebook. They do hear the meetings. They can make their comments, and I think that I lean towards thinking about the staff. And I want to remind the public that we on the council, we get paid $75 a week to do this. And we spend more gas money and more of our money and more of our time than $75, trust me.
So we're good. Just a minute, Ms. Hankins.
So I do want to say that weighing everything, I do feel more for the staff that has to stay here with us than I do anybody else. And opportunity is really given for those people that want to attend the meeting. And if we do vote on this, and rather than a year, let's try it out for about a month, maybe 2 months, and see what happens.
Ms. Hankins.
I don't need to say this, but I will say this much. I felt so sorry for Alan's wife every time she had to sit here through those meetings. There wouldn't be another wife that would do that, so bless her. That's the ones I worry about. It's his wife.
Marianne, and I appreciate that because I forced her to do that. You know,
Ms. Williams.
I'm flexible myself, either 2 o'clock or 6 o'clock. But for the public, there have been different ones saying they would like to come if it was at 6 p.m. But my observation, I think we've had like 3 6 p.m. meetings. The first one was pretty packed, but those other two, there wasn't a lot of citizens. But like I say, I'm flexible myself, 2 o'clock or 6 p.m. And maybe we'll give the citizens a try, at least instead of a year, maybe 6 months, to see how many people actually show up for the 6 p.m. meetings.
Randy.
I'll make a motion. But what I will do, and I actually thought that in the past that we should do this, for the staff that is required to be here, excluding the manager and the city clerk, I think all those staff members should get an hour of vacation for every hour that they are required to be here and aren't being paid. Does that make sense? I might need to make another.
Is that in the form of a motion?
What? A vacation or the?
And it wouldn't include any council employees.
What about
No, council employees. Let's put it.
And define not getting paid.
Well, those that don't get.
I think that would require a code change in terms of how vacation hours are computed.
Okay, then let's do this. I'll make a motion that we try 6 o'clock for 6 months. Reevaluate at the end of 6 months, and direct the city manager to figure out an equitable pay incentive or for the employees that are required to be here that aren't going to be paid.
When would this be effective?
Not tonight.
I think it couldn't be enacted any earlier than January, because we've already published notice for this year on what our regular meeting times and dates are. So I think the earliest it could be effective would be January of next year.
Works for me.
Okay.
Is there a second? Is there a second? There is a second. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
Discussion, yes. Let's see, it's 6:30. Place is really full, isn't it?
Any further discussion? Please vote. Everybody's waiting on somebody else to vote.
Are you going to have open discussion through the public?
Okay, let's see, what number was that? 40. So we struck 41, and the only thing we have left is 42, provide city council with an update on FY 2023 audit process. Krista.
Okay, we are still 99% done with capital assets. I did get the information I needed from Public Utilities, just haven't had time to get in there and make the adjustments that I need to do, but I should be able to do that this week. We're 80% done with our CFA schedule, that's our grant schedule. We're currently reconciling May 2023 cash. We still have those 10 to 15 items from previous months that we have to go back and work through, but she went from March to May in 2 weeks, which is pretty impressive. We're gathering documents for our fiscal year 23 pension audit currently. I'm training 2 new staff members on how to handle that. And then in the next 2 weeks, our plan is to reverse our fiscal year 22 accounts payable and accounts receivable accruals, so then we can make the entries for 23. Any questions?
Kristen, can you tell the council what CFIS is?
CFA?
Yes.
It's a grant schedule, basically. All of our federal awards, we have to put on that schedule for the auditors.
Okay, so 22 is complete and turned into the state.
It is not turned into the state. We are still awaiting the single audit.
When is that going to be turned into the state?
Well, it was supposed to be this week, but they were hit by a tornado this weekend.
So you believe that by the next council meeting, you'll be reporting that that is turned into the state?
I can't guarantee that at this time. Like I said, our auditors are based in Rogers, Arkansas, and they were hit by a tornado this past weekend. They don't have electricity currently. She's hoping to get it wrapped up this week, but it's going to depend on a lot of things.
So when do you expect 23 to be turned in?
We are hoping to have a trial balance to Crawford and Associates sometime in August.
Okay, August of this year?
Yes.
August of this year, you think you're going to be ready to turn in the 23 audit?
The trial balance to Crawford and Associates.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, that's our,
I'm talking about turn it into the state.
oh no, that it'll be probably January, February of next year, calendar year. Because once we get the trial balance complete, the auditors then have to go in and do their job, and it typically takes 4 to 5 months.
Okay. Let's talk about the 24.
Okay.
When is that going to be complete and turned into the state?
It's really hard for me to give a good answer this far out.
Okay, I know you guys have worked hard on this, and but this is probably the most frustrating thing for me because it's like a black cloud hanging over our head. There's so much going good. We've got everything going so good for the city. We're making progress in so many areas. But the problems that are caused by the late audit just really is like a black cloud hanging over our head. Mm-hmm. And I really would like to see the city manager. I just can't believe we can't find somebody to help us make this move faster. I don't get it. And it's so frustrating because everything is going so good except this black cloud. What can we do?
We can cast a wider net on looking for folks that can help us. I mean, we've made a few inquiries. Unfortunately, none of those have materialized, but we can try other things.
By the way, I do realize that inherited messes. I get it, okay? And so I'm not trying to beat anybody up. I just want to get it done. Thank you, Kristen. Does anybody else have questions? All right, do I have a motion for going to executive session? And a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
Yes.
Hampton?
Yes.
Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Stiff.
Hankins? Harris?
I have figured one way to hurry you guys up, and that's no breaks. I don't know that helped a lot. Look at the time.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Corey Mines. I'm Corey Mines. I just wanted to introduce myself. I work with Building North America Services, deliver water, wastewater, environmental issues. I just saw your opinion about something you're working with, so I just wanted to introduce myself.
Okay, so I'm political. You need to talk to the city manager.
That's right.
Okay.
Can I look right there?
Thank you. In that park.
There's three others that we need to
You know, the guy that complained on it was a thorn in my side. I hate for him to be right. You know what I mean? Thank you. All right, thank you.
Consider holding a public hearing and approving a resolution changing amendment number 5. 32, consider a public hearing, consider holding a public hearing. Those are, and then 28 says it the same way, just slightly different. Hold a public hearing. So words to the effect of public hearing.
Consider holding or hold.
Then you can, but you have to sign up.
I don't look soon enough.
Yeah.
What the agenda is.
Well, the agenda will be published online no later than 24 hours.
And with usually being a holiday.
It had to be posted.
Last Friday.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
And then again, is this always broadcast publicly?
We do always try to live stream it. There's been some technical issues in the past that have prevented us from doing it, but that is always the aspirational goal. There's no legal requirement to do that, but we try to offer our citizens
And the last question, are all these archives, so if you wanted to go see it later, you could or not?
Yeah.
So to me, it's like.
Up to a certain point. I don't think they live streamed before 2019, but most meetings from that point forward are available online. But at a minimum, the absolutely do.
Let's be thinking in the middle of the night, in the winter time, you know, it's dark at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then if you guys have, if we have one at 6, you don't get done till almost midnight. I mean, before that, then we got public safety.
Yeah.
You know, I was going to say positive things, I was because I didn't realize that that was what I did not talk about, I realized I had a phone call.
Yes. I'm sorry. I know it's kind of confusing.
I keep coming, because every time I call, I learn something different, so.
Yeah. So that's cool.
By the time I die, I'll probably know how.
What do they say by the time you learn the ropes or not? That the old expression? Yes, sir. Okay, we'll do. Nice meeting you, Mark. Thanks for giving me your card. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Marion and I thank you for that.
Like 12:30 at night, Dwayne's still here.
Okay, here's how we do this.
Okay.
I say, first of all, I ask somebody to make a motion before you come back.
Right.
Then I say, executive session item number 44, John, and you read it and say, no action.
No action taken.
That discussion did occur, no action at this time. Number 40, if you read it, that discussion did occur, no action at this time. Okay?
Perfect.
Is that kind of how y'all did it?
We usually adjourn from executive session. A lot of times they'd read the executive session items beforehand. So it's something that is possible.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion to return and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill? Yes. Hampton? Yes. Uyghur? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Hankins?
She's here.
Harris? Chapman?
Item number 44, John.
All right, pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager, and an open session, take other action as necessary. This item was discussed and no action will be taken.
Item number 45, John.
Pursuant to 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening an executive session to discuss the pending action in the United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma titled Felicia Parker and Larisha Parker as next of kin to Isaac Dwayne Parker, deceased, versus City of Lawton et al. Case number CIV 24178JD, and if necessary, take appropriate action in open session. This discussion was held and we will not be taking action today.
Item 46, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening an executive session to discuss a pending action with the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality concerning a notice of violation issued by ODEQ to the city on February 14, 2024, in relation to the City of Lawson Municipal Solid Waste Landfill and the fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 financial assurance mechanism update, local government test, not having been submitted by December 31st, 2022, and December 31st, 2023, respectively, and if necessary, take appropriate action in open session. This item was discussed, and no action will be taken tonight.
Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?